It may not be a God-given right, but it's close. Everything that is divine in the universe is calling on you, begging you, pleading with you to please be strong, please be courageous, please be as patriotic as you can and help protect this country. I watch my mail carriers, my letter carriers every day, all the time. I'm amazed at the number of miles that you all must walk in a day. I hope you know the story of one of Martin Luther King's dearest friends, Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel. He's the little guy in the beret you see with a gray beard next to Dr. King. They marched together from Selma to Montgomery. When Dr. Heschel returned from that march to New York, where he was teaching, his students asked him to tell them about his experience. He said, "I felt like my legs were praying." I know you never think about each one of your steps being a prayer, but this voting season, which is now, I believe that every one of your steps is a prayer. Every step is a holy step, a sacred step. I pray with every step that you take, that you do it with a holy purpose, that divine purpose. In this upcoming march to the voting booth, you are God's legs. Because of the many miles you have walked, we entrust you with this sacred task. Thank you for every step you have taken. Thank you for every step you take. Thank you for every sacred step you still have to take. Amen.
Let's take a few moments to remember the former national officers that we have lost since our last convention. William R. Yates, former Secretary-Treasurer; Judy Willoughby, former Assistant Secretary-Treasurer; Jim Edgman, former Director of City Delivery; Joe LaPlaca, former Director of Retired Members; Mike Burkett, former Region 5 National Business Agent; Kathy Baldwin, former Region 10 National Business Agent; and Joe Morris, former Regional Administrative Assistant for Region 14. Please join me in a moment of silence to remember those that we have lost. Thank you. Yesterday, after the close of the session, we had AFL-CIO delegate elections. I first want to thank Brother Weiner, the election commissioner, and all the tellers for their hard work in conducting this election. They were here until nearly midnight last night. On the screen, you will see the 7 nominees who received the most votes. Cindy Connors, Staunton, Virginia, Branch 513. Paul Rossi, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Branch 84. Michael O'Neill, New Jersey Merge, Branch 38. Trevor Haas, Dallas, Texas, Branch 132. Elaine Jones, Detroit, Michigan, Branch 1. Jamie Drayton Bay, Virginia Beach, Virginia, Branch 2819. And Pascual Ortiz, DeVincent R. Sombrado, Branch 36. Brothers and sisters, these are the 7 nominees that received the most votes. Therefore, they are elected as AFL-CIO delegates for the next 4 years. The remaining vote totals will be posted in the members-only portal for delegates to access. Any questions about those vote totals? Brother Weiner at the desk next to the stage, about any other vote totals, I'm sure we'll be more than happy to answer them. Oh, I guess they're putting them on the screen too. Okay. Yesterday, Sister Magruder went to a mic and talked about the Standing Committee on Diversity, Equity, Acceptance, and Inclusion as a result of a motion passed at the Boston Convention. As I told Sister Magruder yesterday, I would name that committee this morning. I'm proud to appoint 3 members to this committee. Jade McBride from Olympia, Washington, Branch 351. Carmen Montgomery, Mobile, Alabama, Branch 469. And Pascual Ortiz, the Vincent R. Sombrado, Branch 36. These 3 committee members are deeply committed to the goals and work of this standing committee, and we look forward to the work that they will do for our members. Nicole, you ready? Okay, next, I'm gonna recognize 1 microphone. All right, 1, please. We have a lot to do in the next 3 hours and 40 minutes. So I would ask for all of the delegates to be as efficient as possible. Microphone number 9, underprivileged.
Good morning. Ken Janowitz, Branch 12, Worcester, Mass. Thank you, President Renfro. I will try to keep this brief, and hopefully this is worth it to take up some of the delegates' time. We have some birthdays in the house this morning. My fellow RAA in Region 14, Tony Bossi, turns 39 today. And also my fellow facilitator at the Advanced Formal A and Beyond Training, John Robles, also the business agent of Region 4. I can't tell you how old he is. And I am sure this week there's been some other sisters and brothers in this room that have had birthdays and hopefully got to celebrate them. But what I'd like to impose on this delegation is that we sing all the people who had birthdays this week, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, sisters and brothers. Happy birthday to you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Kenny. Brother Bossi really is 39. Not one of those fake 39s like many of us like to attempt to get people to believe these days. Okay, next is the Committee on Appeals. The Committee on Appeals, Vice President James Henry is chair, Secretary Treasurer Nicole Ryan, and the chair of our National Trustees, Brother Larry Brown. There are 2 appeals that will come before the body. Brother Henry has recused himself from both appeals. He would otherwise present these appeals. So I will call up Secretary Treasurer Nicole Ryan.
For the appellant, I believe we have Derek Simpson, and I believe you are at microphone number 6. Is that correct? If you are, light up. Where the heck 6? Do we have the designee that is speaking on behalf of the appellants? I don't know if they knew what time we were doing it. What do we need to do? Is it 6? Okay.
Very good. Please go to the mics, and you would need to turn to be under privilege.
Brother Simpson, is that you at microphone 6?
That is correct.
Okay. You have a total of 5 minutes to present your appeal. That would include time for rebuttal if you would like to reserve any. Would you like to reserve any of your 5-minute time for rebuttal?
Yes.
How much would you like to reserve?
Approximately maybe 1.5 minutes.
Well, for the timekeeper, I would need a specific
actual time?
Yes.
Give me 1 minute.
Okay. So you now have 4 minutes with 1 minute of reserve time for rebuttal. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. My name is Derek Simpson. I am a member of Branch 1100, Garden Grove, California. I rise in support of the motion to overturn the National Committee of Appeals decision regarding the 2025 Branch 1100 officer election. On July 25th, like Nicole had talked about, we had an election of 21 officers' positions. Every candidate was a part of 2 opposing slates, the Paul Perry, Anita Price slate, the Keisha Lewis, Darrell Jeffrey slate, with only 2 candidates who were running independently. During this campaign, we traveled throughout 82 different cities, because Branch 1100 is a very large branch. And the carriers that we talked to were saying, we're not getting our ballots. So we just blew it off for a little bit, only because as one person going to office, and when we came back together, we had they were saying that this has happened in every single office. The records established that the ballot company never received the most updated roster. Yes, Branch 1100 does have a roster, but if you looked at the books, we had them about this size. Us as delegates here, we went through all the information and spent about 450 hours going over this information. And I can guarantee you the appeal committee, which was only Nicole and Brother Brown, they did not go through the information like we did. It was confirmed that the branch, Executive Secretary Sharon Peralta, did not request an up-to-date roster. It wasn't updated until 3 days after our election. Branch 1100 has over 7,000 members, and our team that spent the 450 man-hours going over this information found that the carriers who were active members, over 602 active members did not receive ballots. 291 retiree members did not receive ballots. And there were 419 ballots that were had the incorrect addresses. That's 18% of our members, people. 18% of our members did not get a chance to vote. The National Committees of Appeals stated that the insufficient evidence existed, so the outcome would not have affected, or call it at most technical violations. Our carriers were disenfranchised. Does anybody here have 1,300 members? Just consider that, and like the rabbi said today, we were talking about voting is very important. 1,300 members did not get a chance to vote, people. The appeal was not about what slate won, but doing what was right. The vote and have the safeguards required by our Constitution and federal laws have to be followed. If we expect employers to follow the rules, govern our members' rights, we must hold ourselves accountable just as well. At the beginning of this convention, Region 1 business agent Ala Rios, he spoke about strengthening our union. President Rolando, he did the same thing and said it's all about voting. I thank you guys very much, and when you're disenfranchised, the union is willing to take your money, but not your vote. I yield back my time.
Okay. The rules adopted by the convention dictate the appeals process. There really should be no other business during that process. However, before I recognize microphone number 3, are you? No. You've risen under information. I will recognize you, but depending on what you raise, I may cut you off very quickly. So go ahead, microphone number 3 under information.
Michelle Carney, Branch 1100, San Clemente. My question is, well, I guess everybody's lining up behind me, so I guess I'm still learning the process. This is my first convention. I've only been with the post office about 2.5 years, and I just feel like there's so much division in the leadership, and I wasn't sure what I could do.
Sister, that is not proper at this time. You certainly, at the conclusion of this process, when there's an opportunity throughout the day, you may rise under privilege, and I will do my very best to recognize you. Thank you, sister. Sister Ryan? Barb, keep turning to P. Okay. Sister Ryan.
At this time, we have the representative for the branch, Barbara Stickler, at microphone number 3. You have 5 minutes for your response.
Barbara Stickler, Branch 1100, Garden Grove. I've been appointed by President Keisha Lewis to present the branch's position. This is an important difference between allegations and what has been proven. Some of you saw flyers this morning. The only accurate fact on that was the number. Mic drop. The number of votes that were received. The rest of the information was disproved by the election committee at Branch 1100. It was voted down by the Executive Council, by the branch members, and the National Committee of Appeals reviewed all of the documentation and did not support any of those other facts, alleged facts, on that flyer. Brothers and sisters, today I'm looking at you, asking you to look beyond emotion and focus on the facts. The question before us is not whether every aspect of an election process is perfect. Elections are rarely perfect. The question is whether there is sufficient evidence that any discrepancies changed or could reasonably have changed the outcome of an election. After reviewing the evidence, the National Committee on Appeals answered that question, no. There was not sufficient evidence to overturn the election. The National Committee conducted an independent review of the appeal. As you heard, they examined the allegations, reviewed the records, and considered each claim individually. After doing so, it was concluded that there was insufficient evidence to overturn the election. The conclusion was not based on opinion or politics. It was based on evidence. The committee acknowledged that discrepancies existed, but found the evidence did not establish enough votes to change the results. Questions were raised about the balloting, mailing list, and replacement ballots. The committee found the record did not demonstrate that a substantial number of eligible voters were prevented from voting, or that the outcome would have been different. The appellates claimed our database list that we used for the mailing was outdated, It is updated every 2 weeks when the dues roster comes in. It's updated when we do a mailing and we get address corrections. It's updated when we pull the register for our retirees. It is up to date. We got 52 return to sender ballots out of 7,300. I think our database was pretty damn accurate. Excuse the language. And the National Appeals Committee also recognized that the database used was not out of date. As Derek Simpson mentioned, delegates, candidates from both slates were in the offices at least twice through the campaign period. Every member knew the deadline to get their ballots in. They knew the process to request a duplicate ballot. And when they requested it, it was forwarded on to the election committee, an outside election committee that supplied the ballots. They also received information through the branch newsletter, social media, and as I've said, every candidate on the slates was out there encouraging members and telling them how to get a ballot had they not received one. Our constitutional election rules do not require perfection. They require proof that an irregularity could have changed the outcome. After a thorough investigation, that proof was simply not established. If we begin overturning elections whenever someone identifies an imperfection, without evidence the result affected the outcome, we create a dangerous precedent. Every future election could be challenged indefinitely, regardless of the will of the membership. The integrity of our democratic process depends on following the same standards every time. That standard protects every candidate, every member, and every election. This is not about personalities. It is not about who won or lost. It is about respecting a process that included a review by the branch election committee, the branch executive council, the branch membership, and finally the National Appeals Committee. At every level, the conclusion remained the same. There was not sufficient evidence to change the outcome of the election. I ask that you respect the process, honor the will of the members of Branch 1100 that voted to deny this appeal. And I ask you to support and the National Election Committee's denial of this appeal.
I was just going to say, Barb, but we're good. Microphone number 6. Are you ready for your 1-minute rebuttal?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Okay. And as Barbara was saying that they did a thorough investigation, that is incorrect. When we had our appeal for our committee in front of our executive board, we spent 6 hours going through what we've already found. And they acknowledged that there was some discrepancies, but what we did, we spent 450 hours going over all that information. And when they said that the election committee had figured out that there was no discrepancies as well, James reclused himself from being on the board because Nicole and Larry did it without his permission anyways. Branch 2502 had an election in Nevada, and theirs was redone because of discrepancies. All we're asking for is that you give us the same opportunity. With the results being the way they will, we'll give that exactly the way it's supposed to be. The National Committee of Appeals.
Brother Simpson, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Okay, the body has heard the appeal, will now vote on the appeal. Similar to what we did yesterday, we will be voting on whether to sustain or uphold the Committee of Appeals decision of denying this appeal. So if you wish to uphold the committee's decision to deny the appeal, you would vote aye. Not right now, just a minute. If you would be voting to overturn the Committee of Appeals decision of denying this appeal, you would vote no. Everyone understand? So in this appeal, the Committee on Appeals' decision was to deny this appeal. All those in favor of upholding the Committee of Appeals' decision to deny the appeal, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed to upholding the Committee of Appeals' decision on this appeal to deny it, signify by saying no. I don't think there's any good reason for us to waste time with a division. Tellers? Huh? Andy's yelling at me. We kept him up till almost midnight. Tellers, please approach the desk by the stage. We will secure the doors in 5 minutes. I know we went a tad over 5 minutes. Full disclosure, it's hard for me to cut off Master of Puppets. Everyone, please be seated. Please clear the aisles. As a reminder, please clear the aisles. Please allow the tellers to do their work uninterrupted. Okay, the question before the body is on the Committee of Appeals' decision to deny the appeal. All those in favor of upholding the Committee of Appeals' decision to deny the appeal, please stand. Please remain standing until the teller gives you the indication to be seated, at which time please be seated. They're still walking. Okay, please clear the aisles. Thank you. All right. Once again, the question is on whether to uphold the Committee of Appeals decision to deny the appeal. All those opposed to upholding the Committee on Appeals decision to deny the appeal, please stand. Please remain standing until you're given the indication by the teller to be seated, at which point, please be seated. Question of whether to uphold the Committee on Appeals decision to deny the appeal. The yeas are 2,200. The nays are 1,023. The decision of the Committee on Appeals is upheld. You may open the doors. You ready, Nicole? We will now move to the next appeal. Sister Ryan.
This is Appeal 37. This appeal is from Michael Rivera, a member of Branch 70, San Diego, California. The subject of this appeal is the branch's denial of his election appeal. Appellant was an unsuccessful candidate for trustee in Branch 70's November 2025 election of officers. There was a 230 vote margin between the 5th place candidate for trustee who was elected and the appellant. Appellant's appeal was denied by the branch election committee, the executive board, and the branch membership at its meeting in February 2026. In February of 2026, appellant appealed the branch's decision to the committee. The chairman of the Committee on Appeals, Vice President James Henry, recused himself from consideration of the appeal. The two other members of the committee reviewed the record and found that none of appellant's objections established a basis for overturning the branch's decision or ordering a new election. Appellant raised 6 issues with the conduct of the election. First, appellant argued that mail-in ballots were improperly stored in a locker in the men's locker room at the post office. In response, the branch said that the post office does not have a P.O. box large enough to accommodate all the ballots it receives. Therefore, some of the ballots are stored by a clerk in a locker until the election committee arrives on election day to collect the ballots. The branch said that this is the same process it has followed for at least 43 years. Appellant presented no evidence that anyone tampered with either the ballots that were received in the P.O. box or the ballots that were stored in the locker. All ballots were included in the count. Therefore, the committee found no evidence the outcome of the election could have been different had the branch been able to store all incoming ballots in the P.O. box. Second, appellant argued that the mailing list used for ballots was not up to date and was otherwise inaccurate. He claimed that when ballots were being sorted for the count, the election committee had to stop and seek address and membership verification from the branch president and vice president, both of whom were candidates. He also claimed that a postal manager appeared on the mailing list. In response, the branch said that its mailing list used for ballot distribution was as up to date as possible. The branch acknowledged that in a handful of cases, the chairperson of the election committee consulted with the branch president and vice president in appellant's presence to confirm whether an individual was a new member or whether they had changed their last name upon marriage. The branch said that the manager who appeared on the mailing list is a member of the branch and was not permitted to vote. Section 5.12 of the NELC regulations governing branch election procedures states mailing lists must be up to date. The regulations do not specify how a branch is to obtain or keep an up-to-date mailing list. The committee found no evidence that the mailing list used by the branch did not satisfy Section 5.12. Appellant presented no evidence that any members were denied the right to vote or that any members were permitted to vote that he believes should not have been. Third, appellant argued that candidates were not notified of their rights to inspect the membership list, to distribute campaign literature through the union at the candidate's expense, and to have observers present at the polling place and ballot tally. The committee found that appellant's argument that the candidates have a right to inspect the branch mailing list is based on a misunderstanding of federal labor law. There is no legal requirement that candidates for branch office be permitted access to branch membership lists. In response to appellant's other arguments, the committee agreed with the branch that the election notice published in the September 2025 issue of the branch newsletter satisfied the applicable standards. Fourth, appellant argued that campaign material of the winning slate was intentionally formatted to mimic the branch newsletter. Appellant claimed this created the impression of an official union communication. Appellant did not identify any voter who was confused. The committee examined the campaign material at issue and did not believe a reasonable voter could confuse it with the branch newsletter or believe that it was an official union communication. Fifth, appellant argued that candidates were not notified of the conditions under which the branch would distribute campaign material. The committee found that the branch's September 2025 election notice satisfied the applicable standards. Finally, appellant argued that campaign material distributed by a winning candidate contained the official NELC logo. The committee examined the campaign material at issue, which was a flyer for a candidate for trustee superimposed on the NELC logo. The committee found that this was a technical violation. However, appellant failed to identify any voters who understood the advertisement as an endorsement by the NELC. Accordingly, the committee found no evidence that the presence of the NELC logo on the flyer could have affected the outcome of the election. Accordingly, the committee denied the appeal. Appellant has now appealed our ruling to the convention. Brother Rivera, I believe you will be at microphone 1. Is that correct? Is that you?
Go ahead.
Erin Doherty, Branch 70, San Diego, California. I'll speak on behalf of the appellant.
Okay. You have the right to reserve up to 1 minute of your time for rebuttal. I'm glad that Brother Simpson only did a minute earlier because I needed a sticky note that said only 1 minute, and I didn't have one.
I'll reserve the right for 30 seconds. Thank you.
30 seconds. Okay, you may proceed.
Delegation, I'll save you the time and the worry of the technical things. You've heard the appeal. This appeal isn't just about the technical aspect. This is about our democracy. This is about the things that we stand on, the words that we speak in this room, the things that we've been arguing about and talking about and debating about all week, but in a healthy way. We start everything with the election at the grassroots and the local. And it's important that we secure the sanctity and the security of that with our mail-in ballots that are done through our election. Those ballots that our branch put forward went through the mail and had mail carriers deliver it. That's postage. That's the things we've been standing here fighting for, passing resolutions and protecting. Today I'm asking you to overturn and give this chance for the appeal to be done the right way, because it's about the fact that there was never a proper investigation. The investigation, as the other observer from the election, I was never interviewed, never asked by any of the committees on appeal. Brother Rivera was never asked. We have a statement from other people who, Steve Shank, thank you for that, put forward stating that our election hasn't been done for 43 years this way. It's been different, and this is the time it got caught. We want this done and overturned because we want the election done the right way. We want to make sure that it's done in the way that it's supposed to be done, by securing that, by making sure that we get the voices heard from the membership. So Brother Rivera appealed this, but it's really for all of our membership to make sure that this is done in a way that protects all of their rights. Some of them might not even have an idea that this took place or might have been misled about it, but allow the proper investigation to take place, allow the proper procedures to be in place, and let's follow and honor that. We stand in this room and we appeal to this body because at our local it's very difficult. And we want to make sure that we had to come here to appeal to you, to have you understand that we stand with you, but we need you to stand with us. We need you to help us right this ship. There was no malicious intent done by the election committee. Let that sink in. We understand that. This isn't about two people who lost an election and want it rerun because they're sore losers. This is about something when I was escorted through the men's bathroom door to a locker room where our mail ballots were stored. Any one of our letter carriers as advocates, if we had a letter carrier have that happen and caught with mail in a locker, they'd be walked off the floor for it, fired even, maybe brought up on charges, who knows? And Brother Rivera, for just raising the question that there was a problem, was even done and thankfully overturned. We're just asking that you guys take into consideration that we want this appeal overturned and we want the proper investigation to take place. And maybe the resolve isn't what Brother Rivera put forward. Maybe the resolve is the fact that we just have it done right. We don't want to put our branch through a financial burden. We just want the process done in a fair, safe, accurate, and without doubt way. And I'm done.
Thank you. We have a representative speaking on behalf of the branch. Microphone 3, I believe. 2? All right, you moved. Rocky, is that you?
Yes, Nicole.
Okay, for the branch, Rocky Ocasio, proceed, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, brothers and sisters, Branch 70 takes no pleasure in having to speak badly about one of its members, but these are the plain facts which evidence supports. This is not the first time Branch 70 has had to deal with a member alleging wrongdoing during elections. A branch member has been attempting unsuccessfully to get elected since 2001. This member appealed the election results in 2004 with the National Labor Relations Board, NLRB. The NLRB investigators stated, quote, "Based on that investigation, I have concluded that further proceedings are not warranted," unquote. The same member appealed the 2007 election, alleging 22 violations. The DOL concluded, quote, "that no violation of the act occurred that may have affected election outcome," unquote. In 2022, the same member again ran and lost and ended up appealing the election results to the NALC and the DOL. The DOL did a thorough investigation and went so far as to interview management, other postal employees, including clerks, the printer of the ballots, the typesetter, the election chairman, officers of the branch, and they took all the election committee materials and ballots. The DOL concluded, quote, "Following a review of the investigation findings, these findings did not provide a basis for action by the DOL to set aside the protested election," unquote. In that investigation, the DOL investigators saw that the ballots were stored in a locker and had no issue with it because it was a safe place to store and lock them. The only person who had access to the ballots was the business reply clerk. No other individual within the post office had access, not management or any other postal employee. If the ballots were stored in the parcel locker, management and other USPS employees would have access to the locker, and there is no P.O. box large enough to hold the ballots. Besides, a P.O. box is open from the back side, available to anyone. It comes down to integrity of the postal clerk assigned to store the ballots until the election committee arrives to pick them up. Branch 70 knows we can trust the integrity of our brothers and sisters in the clerk profession because we have been running our elections in the same manner for 43 years. And there has never been any wronging in those 43 years. The mailing list was as up to date as possible. Any branch in here that has more than 2,500 members knows that it is impossible to have a mailing list that is 100% accurate because members tend to move frequently, especially in San Diego where rents are high and housing is expensive. Additionally, in 2022, the DOL found no violation with the way the branch maintained its mailing list. It is updated when return address correction mail is received from the branch and any time a member calls with their change of address. Brother Rivera made allegations without providing any proof, evidence. Why? Because our election committee nor anyone else did anything wrong. Candidates were notified in the September 2025 branch publication of the right to distribute campaign material through the branch at their own expense and the right to have observers. Michael Rivera and his spokesperson, Aaron Doherty, were both observers, so they know that the information was published. Michael Rivera himself used the NALC logo in his mailings and never took it down. Rivera is responsible for, and if he wanted Aaron Doherty as his witness, he was responsible for letting the committee of 3 at our branch know that so the witness could be available. Now, when you talk with Michael Rivera, he sounds like someone who really cares about letter carriers. But those of us in Branch 70 know that he is really self-serving, and that is why he can't even get elected in his own office. Brother Rivera works in a station where there are 60 letter carriers, which qualifies them for 2 shop stewards. 3 members ran for those positions, 2 got elected, and Michael Rivera did not. Then Brother Rivera decided to run for a trustee position in the branch elections last year. Of the 5 trustees elected, the trustee that got the least amount of votes received 442 votes. Michael Rivera received 212. It wasn't even close. In closing, Michael Rivera wants to be a leader, yet he doesn't contribute to LCPF. He never participates in Branch 70 MDA events. Branch 70 has been investigated 3 times regarding branch elections, and not once has Branch 70 been found guilty of wrongdoing.
Sister, I'm sorry, your 5 minutes is up. We now go back to microphone 1. Oh, can we hold it down, please? We now go back to microphone 1. You have reserved 30 seconds for rebuttal. Proceed.
Sister Rocky spoke, and you heard what she had to say. But what Sister Rocky failed to mention is that I didn't need to be asked to be a witness because I was a candidate. I exercised my right to observe that election, and I saw the things Mike Rivera saw. I know what Michael Rivera knows. And he stood on the ground that he thought was right to appeal this. This is a time where we just put those differences aside. We come together because it's about the election process. It's never been about one individual.
Thank
it's
you,
about
sister.
The body.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay. You have heard from the appellant and the branch. We will now, on appeal number 37, vote once again on whether to uphold the Committee of Appeals' decision to deny the appeal. If you wish to uphold the committee's decision to deny the appeal, which means the denial would remain in place, you would vote aye. If you wish to vote to not uphold or overturn the decision of the Committee on Appeals, you would vote no, just like the last one. You ready for the question? Okay, all those in favor of upholding the Committee of Appeals' decision to deny the appeal, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Microphone number 1, underprivileged.
Aaron Doherty, San Diego, California. Ask for the teller. Call for division.
Would you like to do division first? Okay, come on up, sister. Everybody, please be seated. Tell you up front, it's hard to tell. Yeah, we'll do it. But no, you take a look and you tell me what you think, but it can be, it sort of washes out.
Oh, you'll guide me in that? You'll send my guardian in that?
Yeah. Well, it's your call. Why don't you make sure you got it? Okay. All right, all those in favor of upholding the Committee of Appeals decision to deny the appeal, please stand. You got to take a good mental picture. Hang on. Well, you guys see the note. It's tough. All right, please be seated. All those opposed to upholding the Committee of Appeals decision to deny the appeal, please stand.
Yeah, that's clear.
Hang on. Just want to be sure.
Yeah, that's clear.
You good?
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. The voice vote, I think, was aye.
I think it's clear.
The sister agrees that the ayes have it. Thank you, sister. I'm gonna hit one mic, and then we got to move on. We got a lot of resolutions. Microphone number 3, underprivileged.
Yes, how you doing, brother? James Henry, Branch 1100. Just wanted to make sure something was in its proper context. The reason that Sister Ryan and Brother Brown met without my presence during the appeals process was due to my recusal. So the meeting took place, and they exclusively met due to my recusal. All right.
Yeah, thank you, brother. And for the delegates on both appeals, Brother Henry chose to recuse himself. There's no doors to open. The doors haven't been closed since I said open them the last time. But if you'd like to hear it, I'll be happy to give you the sleeves off my vest. Sergeant at Arms, please open the doors. Okay, brothers and sisters, as you know, we have a lot of resolutions to do, which we are going to get going on momentarily. We also have a number of committee reports that have not been given. One of those being the Board of Trustees report. I'm going to read to you a summary, the final paragraph of the report, and then we will place the full text of the report in the members-only portal and give all delegates access if you wish to read it. I'm happy to report that the NALC's financial health is strong and that our auditors have found that the procedures and processes we have in place safeguard the union's assets. We appreciate this opportunity to explain the audit process and the role the trustees play in it each and every year. Once again, the full report will be placed in the members-only portal and all delegates will be given access to read it. Microphone number 2, underprivileged.
Thank you, Chairman. I respectfully request that the chairman immediately shut down personal attacks on a fellow delegate.
Thank you, brother.
That would be in compliance with Robert's rules. What happened on the last motion was completely inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Without regard to any specific comments made by any delegate on any motion, any speaking under privilege, or as the brother referenced on the last appeal, I think it is very important that we refrain from personal attacks, as the brother requested. Not only consistent with NALC's rules of the convention, but just simply that's the way we ought to do things, like our union has done for the last 100 and almost 37 years. Thank you, brother. Microphone number 2 under privilege.
Kenny Montgomery, President Emeritus, Branch 210, Rochester, New York. I rise to make a motion that we waive the reading of all remaining committee reports and have them posted on the members-only portal.
Thank you, brother. Motion has been made. Is there a second? Microphone number 4 under privilege.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I second.
Thank you, brother. The motion is to waive the reading or presentation of reports in the assembly here and place the reports on the members-only portal. Any discussion? Microphone number, thank you. Seeing no discussion, any objection to proceeding to the question on the motion? Hearing none, we will proceed to the question on the motion. The motion is to waive the reading of all remaining reports and place them on the members-only portal. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. One quick reminder. Yesterday, a brother came up to the mic and asked about, for those that maybe were not in the hall when we did the collection under Rule 26, if they could come up and donate. I told him at that time the answer to that question was yes, they could. So I'm just giving you this as a reminder. If you wish to donate, please come up and see Brother Weiner at the desk next to the stage. He can accept cash and also do Venmo. He will get the information to you for Venmo. We are required by the rules, however, Rule 26 specifically, to report to the convention what we collected. We have tallied all that up and the report is ready to go. So I will ask, it is 9:30 a.m. Please come donate anything else you would like to donate by 10 a.m. so that we have time to update the totals, verify, so that Brother Brown might give the report as required by Rule 26 prior to adjournment. We do not really have time to do anything but our resolutions going forward here. And we will get through them. So while delegates, you certainly have the right to come to any mic and ask and talk about anything you want to, I think it's in the best interest of the body if we put our head down and get our work done. So once again, if you wish to donate, please come up by 10 a.m. We will begin resolutions. Okay, the last resolution that we dealt with yesterday was National Agreement Resolution 48. So we will now move to National Agreement Resolution 49 to present the Council's report on National Agreement Resolution 49. Assistant Secretary Treasurer Mac Julian.
Let them know what it is. Through your certification. Yeah, you can read that. Okay, sounds good. Good morning, brothers and sisters.
real quickly, I just want to thank you all for all the greetings and well wishes this week. But you should know, I only wore a bow tie one day this week, and that was on Monday. Now, Maurice Henderson, who's done a great job, could you stand up, Maurice? As our parliamentarian, tells me that you all have treated me very well. National Agreement Resolution 49, Article 17. The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. Currently, national business agents routinely make appointments of outside stewards in accordance with Article 17, Section 2D. This resolution proposes that the local branch president may appoint an employee from a different installation as steward or chief steward under Article 17, Section 2D. This resolution creates a situation in which a branch president can appoint an outside steward from a different branch without the consent of the losing branch president. It can also create conflict where the national business agent and branch president would appoint different stewards for the same issue. Because the current system works well and this resolution creates potential conflict, the Executive Council recommendation is one of disapproval.
Yeah, I think we just need to read it once. Okay. All right.
Okay, the maker of the resolution, microphone number 7, under privilege.
Thank you. It's Charles Kirchen, Branch 1123, Lawton, Oklahoma. I guess I need to do an amendment. Somehow a early draft is what got sent. I'd like to add the correct intended language. The very last line of the resolve, employees assigned to another installation, here's the addition, within the jurisdiction of the branch need only be certified, and continuing on. Ask for reconsideration based on that corrected language.
Okay, brother, you were moving to amend it?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second on the amendment the brother has offered? Microphone number 4, under privilege.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I second.
Thank you, brother. Is there any debate on the amendment? Hearing none, any objection to proceeding to the question on the amendment? Hearing no objection, we will proceed to the question. The question is a motion to amend National Agreement Resolution number 49. The amendment in the final sentence of the resolve would be to insert the words within the jurisdiction of the branch after the word installation. So the last sentence would then read, employees assigned to another installation within the jurisdiction of the branch need only to be certified in writing by the local branch president of jurisdiction. All those in favor of the motion to amend signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. My goodness, what happened? Let's do that again. Wake up, everybody. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. That's better. After the amendment has been adopted, the Executive Council's recommendation will change from one of disapproval to approval. It's pursuant to a previously passed motion by the body, National Agreement 49, with that change, and change in recommendation is now approved. Next, we will move to National Agreement 50. Yesterday, a motion was made and adopted by the body to consider National Agreement Resolution 50 and 51 in block. The recommendation from the Executive Council on both is the same. The topic is the same. Brother Julian will report on both at the same time. So his report, after stating the recommendation of disapproval, will constitute the Council's report on both National Agreement Resolution 50 and 51.
National Agreement Resolutions 50 and 51, the right to strike. The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. These resolutions call on the NALC to use every means possible to fight for the right to strike. This means that the NALC must use all resources, including all of its finances, to support the right to strike. It would be disastrous to use all of our resources for this purpose at this particular time and take away the ability to pursue other goals such as additional postal reform or the Federal Retirement Fairness Act, which, if passed, would allow city carrier assistants to buy back their service for retirement credit. We must also take into account our chances of success under our current circumstances. The current administration and the makeup of the House and the Senate would all but ensure failure for us, as they do not support workers or unions, let alone the right to strike. All while the Postal Service continues to lose billions of dollars year after year. Additionally, the Supreme Body has already decided that we should have the right to strike and should utilize every legal means available. For these reasons, the Executive Council urges the delegates to support the recommendation of disapproval.
Thank you, brother. As we have two resolutions being considered in block, I will recognize the makers of both resolutions if they wish to speak. National Agreement Resolution 50. We would start with Branch 9. Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Tyler Vassar, Branch 9, Minneapolis. I speak under privilege as maker of the motion, and hopefully this wakes us up a little bit. I urge that delegates vote down the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on National Agreement Resolution number 50, the right to strike. Strike action is the strongest weapon that workers have. Without the ability to even threaten a strike, we walk into negotiations with one hand tied behind our backs. We have no real leverage with management. When NELC members voted no on the last contract, only the second time in our union's history, more members voted no than voted in total on the previous contract, only to have essentially the same contract forced through in binding arbitration without a democratic vote by the membership. This was a complete betrayal of the interests of the members of this union. The contract that was forced through without our vote amounted to a wage cut for members, especially for Table 2 carriers. There's a danger of relying solely on binding interest arbitration. We saw this with the last contract. And as a union, we've already passed several resolutions on the right to strike in the late 60s and the early 70s. The goal of this resolution is to reaffirm support for those resolutions and to create a process to fight for it today. This resolution is not to organize a strike tomorrow. We have a lot of work to do to get there. It's to start a process, to start a discussion, to start the debate, to build the capacity to be able to take such action if needed, to build the movement alongside federal workers' unions or alongside the public sector, the AFL-CIO, to exhaust every avenue in front of us to win the basic democratic right to strike, the democratic right that we're currently denied as union members, as workers in this country. And that's not right. As active union members, as leaders in this union, We have a responsibility to our members to debate this question, because at key moments in our union, this debate is happening on the workroom floor. It's happening online, with or without us. 1970 was the defining event in our union's history. 1970 did not come out of nowhere. It was built for years of discussion, debate, small actions. As workers, we make the world run, and we can shut it down if we don't get what we need, if we don't get what we deserve. And we can only win these if we get organized and we fight. I think the most effective way to fight privatization, the most effective way to fight the contracting out of our work, the most effective way to fight attacks on our wages and our conditions, the most effective way to go on the offense. Can you imagine? The most effective way to fight for wages that keep us ahead of inflation is to fight for the right to strike. We need every tool possible to galvanize the rank and file, to encourage members to get organized to fight collectively. So I recommend
Brother, your time has expired. Thank you, brother.
Pass this resolution and revive
Brother,
the
your
spirit of
time has
1970.
expired. National Agreement Resolution 51. The maker of the resolution. Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Thank you, Brother Renfro. Ryan McLean, Capital City Merged Branch 507 out of Madison, Wisconsin. I would like to speak in support of this resolution. I submitted a right to strike resolution to my branch because I know that I have a red line. This resolution is not a call for a strike, but a declaration by this body and our union that we do in fact have a red line. Whether that line is having our collective bargaining rights taken from us like our union siblings in the TSA, or having our contracts shredded like thousands of other unionized federal workers. I simply ask, is there a point where our union is willing to hold the line? Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 9, under information.
Oh, sorry, I was on the wrong. I apologize, I was on the wrong.
Is there anyone who would like to speak for the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval? Microphone number 4, speaking for the Executive Council's recommendation.
Troy Lewis, Branch 10, Topeka, Kansas. I would like to actually just say in favor of what the Executive Council's decided here that we should not really be probably going to try to do something that technically currently is illegal. However, if we support that, there is an avenue. If you talk to the LCPF booth, that we can make avenues to make this happen. We have to move the needle legislatively before we could unilaterally act in a different way. That's my personal opinion.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 3, speaking against the Executive Council's recommendation.
Yes, hello, brothers and sisters. Chris Pennock, NALC Branch 9, and Build a Fighting NALC. So everyone here is concerned about our wages and our contract. We've had discussions about what the bargaining committee would look like. We've had discussions about locality pay, trainer pay, pay for veterans, and these are all great discussions to have and good questions to consider. But none of them get to the heart of the matter, and that is our wages for everyone, our national agreement, our contract. As Tyler said, when we go into bargaining without the right to strike, without being able to credibly threaten that, we're going with one hand tied behind our back. I would say that we're going with both hands tied behind our back. Our ultimate power as workers is to withdraw our labor. If we can't do that, we come to the negotiating table with very little, right? If they just do what they did, like Tyler said, and just say, hey, this is the contract that you're going to get, well, we can't do anything. We don't have any ability to turn that down. We need to be able to tell the bosses that we will not work for this Diet Cola, we will not work for Table 2 wages, and we will not work as long as CCAs exist. There is a reckoning coming to our profession. We all know about the finances of the Postal Service, about Amazon clawing back volume, about news from international postal services where Denmark is no longer delivering letter mail. The battles to come will include attacks on us, even worse than Table 2 and CCAs, and we need to come to the negotiating table with all the power that we can. So I ask you to vote down the recommendation of disapproval, and let's get as much power as we can.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 7 for the Executive Council's recommendation.
Renee Eberhardt, Branch 1681, Casper, Wyoming. Yes, I'm an old timer now. Was just the other day I was here with you guys as new guys. But I rise in support of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval. And I want to be clear, I understand the passion behind fighting for the right to strike. I believe in the militant, organized, rank-and-file action, but our members also deserve to understand that what the law actually says and where the battle has to be fought. The Great Strike of '70 was illegal. Those brave letter carriers knew the risks when they went out. And more than 50 years later, a strike against the federal government still remains illegal. We cannot negotiate that prohibition away at the bargaining table. We cannot eliminate it simply by passing a resolution at this convention. Congress has to change the law. This is a legislative fight, and our history recognizes that reality. Under Young, delegates at the 2008 convention voted to eliminate the strike fund. The strike was illegal in the 70s, it was illegal in 2008, and it remains illegal today. I've had the privilege of meeting and talking with Rademacher, Sombrado, Young, Rolando, and now Renfro. And the conversation I had with Rademacher has struck with me all these years. What I took away from that conversation was that every NALC president has a defining battle, and every generation of this union leaves its mark. Rademacher was president during the 70s. He had to negotiate that illegal walk, and Sombrado came out of that fight helping to transform this union. Young fought contracting out. Rolando fought 5-day delivery. And what I took away from Rademacher was something especially important for those who stand today. The next great battle for this union might not be won walking off the workroom floor. It will be run in the halls of Congress. Brothers and sisters, we're in that battle. You need to get involved in the legislative political process. You don't have to agree with everything Renfro says and does. I understand that contract was bullshit. It was voted down by the members. But we need to recognize that Renfro has led through this legislative battle in Congress and defeated a hell of a lot of things in that big, beautiful bill. If you truly want letter carriers to regain the legal right to strike, then let's fight for it, but let's fight for it where it actually can be won. Let's organize, let's mobilize, let's
Sister, your time has expired. Thank you, sister. Microphone number 2, you rise against the recommendation of the Executive Council.
Emmett Bongartz, Branch 9, NALC, obviously. To the sister's point who just spoke, the second resolved in Resolution 50 reads that NALC used the letter carrier political fund to demand Congress immediately repeal the ban on federal workers from striking. So this resolution here is a step in the direction that the sister just recommended. Additionally, I would be curious to see what the results of this vote would be if only Table 2 carriers were allowed to vote. Hey, hold on. We debated this resolution thoroughly at Branch 9 before passing it. And one thing that stuck out to me during that debate was that the vast majority of those who spoke against the resolution were either retired or Table 1 carriers. And this isn't a dig against our older members. I think it's important for us new carriers to learn from them. This is my first convention, and I've truly enjoyed everything I've learned from the folks who have been here before and the folks who voted against this motion. I see Brother Barry over there at mic number 4. The simple fact is that many retired carriers and top-step carriers do not understand the economic realities of being a Table 2 carrier in the year 2026. Our brothers and sisters shouldn't have to work 60 hours a week to pay their bills. They shouldn't have to break their bodies to support their families. And there might be people in this room who think that if we get new leadership and a new president and new negotiators, that we're going to end up with a brilliant contract next time. I hate to break it to you, but that isn't going to happen. The postmaster isn't just going to budge because somebody yells at them louder. It will always be a toothless threat without the right to strike. And I see no evidence that interest arbitration is ever going to get Table 2 carriers the wages they deserve. Having the right to strike gives us another weapon to use against management when we face off during negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 7, underprivileged.
Derek Lamone, Branch 34, Boston, and I call the question.
Thank you, brother. Question has been called for. Is there a second to the call for the question? Microphone number 2, underprivileged.
Ronald Zaleski, I'm state president of the state of Michigan. I second the call.
Thank you, brother. The question has been called for and seconded. We will now vote. We will now vote on whether to proceed to the question, which as a reminder would be on National Agreement Resolutions 50 and 51, which are being considered in block. All those in favor of proceeding to the question signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, with more than 2/3 voting in the affirmative. We will now move to the question. The question is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on both National Agreement Resolutions 50 and 51. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Tyler Vassar, Branch 9, I call division.
Come on up, brother.
Fair warning, I told everybody comes up there. It can be really hard to see. So, like, if I do eyes, people will stand up and you think, oh my God, that's everybody. And then you do nose, and then it looks like everybody. So, if you have any doubt, we'll do a tell. These are important.
Okay, once again, the question is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on both National Agreement Resolutions 50 and 51 as considered in block. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, please stand.
Take a mental snapshot.
That's a lot of people.
Be seated. All those opposed to the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, please stand.
You have to be careful to not let the front play tricks on you. But it's your call. Totally your call. We can do a teller vote.
Let's call Teller. Okay. Teller. Right. Come on, I want the numbers.
Good to see you.
Okay, the brothers requested a teller vote. We will have a teller vote. Tellers, please come up to the desk. We will secure the doors in 5 minutes. Okay. I cut off Master of Puppet. I didn't cut off Master of Puppets, but I cut off my favorite band. Sorry. All right, everybody, please be seated. Sergeant at Arms, please secure the doors. Please clear the aisles. Please have a little urgency to do so. Thank you. Please be seated. The teller's job, our overworked tellers have a difficult time with even just a few people that might be standing up around them, so please be seated. I mean, I understand why Slayer got everybody out of their seats, but thank you. Okay, the question is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on National Agreement Resolutions 50 and 51, which are being considered in block. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, please stand. Remain standing until the teller gives you the indication to be seated, at which time please be seated. All those opposed to the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on National Agreement Resolutions 50 and 51, please stand. Please remain standing until you're given the indication by the teller to be seated, at which time please be seated. Excuse me. On the question on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on National Agreement Resolutions 50 and 51, which are considered by the body in block, the yeas are 2,583, the nays are 694. The recommendation of the Executive Council of disapproval is upheld. National Agreement Resolution 52 was previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 53 was previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 54 was previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 55 was previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 56 was previously approved. We will now move to National Agreement Resolution 57. Brother Julian.
Oh. National Agreement Resolution 57, Article 19, amend the M39 to reflect abbreviated or no delivery on Saturday. The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. The current language in the handbook M39 accounts for abbreviated Saturday delivery. In instances where a route has abbreviated or no Saturday delivery, such time must be excluded from the 8-week analysis. There is no need to bargain duplicative language. End of Resolution 57.
Okay, the maker of the resolution, microphone number 9, underprivileged.
Is it going? Is it on? Hi, my name is Kyler Moriarty, branch 4044. We're the maker of the resolution, and we would like to withdraw.
Thank you, sister. National Agreement Resolution 57 is withdrawn. National Agreement Resolution 58 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 59 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 60 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 61 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 62 is previously approved. We'll now move to National Agreement Resolution 63. To present the Executive Council's report on National Agreement Resolution 63, Director of City Delivery, Chris Jackson.
Starts right there. You're good to go. Okay.
Good morning. The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. This resolution seeks to use all available resource before curtailing first-class mail. Although the Council agrees with the intent of this resolution, the results could be deeply problematic in certain scenarios. Understaffed office or office with a shortage of ODL, carriers, CCAs, PTF, could result in frequent excess mandating of non-ODL carriers. It could also worsen the working condition for CCAs and PTF that don't want to work to the maximum extent possible. Additionally, we took the position that the law mandates such treatment of the mail. This obligation would arguably supersede the national agreement. In particular, the work hour limitation contained in Article 8 and the Employee Labor Relation Manual, Section 432.32, Such a position would allow the Postal Service to intentionally understaff, knowing that they could force city letter carriers into excess daily and weekly hours. The best approach to address curtailment of mail is through political pressure and working towards more appropriate staffing level such that all the mail, whether first class or not, be delivered every single day. Notwithstanding the above, if the curtailment of mail is or cause a violation of the national agreement, a grievance can and should be filed for the specific violation. Therefore, the Executive Council provides a recommendation of disapproval.
Microphone number 1, underprivileged.
This is Joshua Shrum, the Roseville Wrecking Ball out of branch 4374, and I am the maker of this motion. With all due respect, in regards to the Executive Council's opinion of this motion, management is not willing to pay penalty to begin with, so there will not be a mass amount of forcing until after we get other things situated, such as staffing. At the current moment, they are trying to meet their metrics, and in doing so, they're just simply not delivering the mail. Brothers and sisters, I rise in opposition to the Executive Council's disapproval and in support of finally giving our customers the service that they deserve. This resolution is about the mail being left on the workroom floor, even though we have ODL and CCAs ready, willing, and able to deliver the mail. This is a service, not a business. Mail across the country is not being delivered simply on the basis that management does not want to pay penalty, and in some cases, overtime. We have every ability to get it delivered, and yet they are intentionally making the decision to not allow folks to receive first-class mail. Whole neighborhoods, and in some cases, entire routes, are not getting their checks, their documents and medications, and even certified mail, all because management feels they want pay-for-performance bonuses. This is a violation of law, which I urge you to review the proposal in its entirety for the reason why we think this for the sake of time. As mail carriers, we are pillars of our communities. We need to rise against this before it leads to the public no longer having our side. I need not remind you that we made an oath of office to discharge the duties of our office faithfully. We are letter carriers. We are here to deliver the mail, not sit on it.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 5, underprivileged.
Bill Ray, President, Branch 317, Decatur, Illinois. I call for the question.
Thank you, brother. Question's been called for. Is there a second? Microphone number 7, underprivileged.
Yes, Travis Klemp, Branch 645, Fort Dodge, Iowa. I second the motion.
Thank you, brother. Question's been called for and seconded. We will now vote on proceeding to the question on National Agreement Resolution 63. All those in favor of proceeding to the question signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. With more than a 2/3 majority voting in the affirmative, we will now move to the question. The question is on the recommendation of the Executive Council of disapproval on National Agreement Resolution 63. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Microphone number 1, underprivileged.
I'd like to call for derision.
Come on up, brother.
Whatever.
Okay, the question is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on National Agreement Resolution 63. Everyone be seated, please, at least momentarily. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, please stand. See what I mean? Yeah. Please be seated. All those opposed to the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, please stand.
It's close.
It's up to you.
I'd say Teller.
Okay.
Because it seems like that side of the room.
The thing
is
is
hard
like if everybody in front stands up, the further you go back, the harder it is to have the perception of how many people.
Oh, and that side too. On the corners, it's a lot thicker than the middle.
Exactly. And
So-
the voice vote can be that way too. If a lot of people are all yes or all no in one section.
Yeah.
Tell her for-
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Thank you. Thanks.
I appreciate it.
Okay, please be seated. We will have a teller vote. Hey. We will secure the doors in 5 minutes. Microphone number 4, you are under speaking against. That would be improper at this time, brother.
What am I doing with this? All right, what am I on?
Is what you raise in regard to the question in front of the body?
I believe privilege is what I'm looking
If
Privilege? Yeah.
If what you'd like to speak on is in regard, it would likely be under information in regard to the pending question. I'll be happy to recognize you. If not, it would be improper to raise anything else at this moment until this matter is dealt with. I'd be happy to recognize you once this is concluded, if you so wish.
Okay.
Thank you, brother. Same is true for microphone number 2.
Mr. Chairman, Bill Cook, retired business agent, Region 11, President Emeritus, Branch 358. I rise on a privilege. I've been coming to conventions for 50 years.
Brother Cook, is what you rise to speak on relevant or germane to the question in front of the body on National Agreement Resolutions 50 and,
I rise to speak
63?
on teller votes. Is that appropriate?
I will let you go with warning that I may cut you off. But certainly you would have the opportunity to do that at some later point once this question
I've
is
seen a
disposed
lot at a lot of conventions, and I've seen something here that I've never seen before. So many teller votes on issues that is clear what the convention wants. That last one on 50 and 51 was ridiculous that we had to have a teller vote on that. We've got a lot of work to do. We need to get it done. I asked the convention to show maturity and stop asking for teller votes when it's clear what the convention wants to do.
Thank you, Brother Cook. As the tellers make their way out, I want to make the delegates aware of provision in Robert's Rules of Order, Section 29(7). When it is clear that there has been a full vote and there can be no reasonable doubt as to which side is in the majority, a call for division is dilatory, and the chair should not allow the individual member's right for demanding a division to be abused to the annoyance of the assembly. That is a rule. I am not.
However, Bill Cook is correct. However, you've adopted that rule. That's the problem. You've adopted that first sentence.
Our rules very clearly state that a member may request a teller vote. I raise this without being specific to any request for or decision not to request a teller vote, but just simply to make the body aware that while it is explicit in our rules that a delegate may request a teller vote, in Robert's Rules of Order, this type of use of a teller vote is recognized. It is 10:33 a.m. As we proceed through the rest of our resolutions, I think it's fair to say that we should be judicious with our judgment, that we should take heed to the fact that Robert's Rules of Order recognizes this in the interest of completing the work that we were all elected to be here to do. Tellers are out. Sergeant at Arms, please lock the door. Please be seated. Everyone, please be seated. Delegates, it's very difficult for the tellers to do their job if there are even a few people walking in the aisles. Attaboy, James. Okay. The question is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on National Agreement Resolution 63. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, please stand. Please remain standing until the teller gives you the indication to be seated, at which time be seated. Okay, once again, everyone please be seated. The question, once again, is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on National Agreement Resolution 63. All those opposed to the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, please stand. Please remain standing until the teller gives you the indication to be seated, at which time please be seated. You rise. As a reminder, brother, the question is still pending until I announce the results.
I will hold till the results are
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 8 under information, I believe. Microphone number 8 under privilege.
Sherella Spikes, Branch 1071. You allowed a member earlier, I believe with 50 years, that spoke about the teller voting. And the prior vote that had like 600 something votes to 2,000, I can agree with. But when you have a body here and it's 2,000, 1,300 to 1,500, that does require to listen to all of the counts and get the accurate counts. We didn't come here not to be heard. And we can agree to disagree, but everybody should be heard. Every vote should count. And it's a different day in 2026, and management does delay mail. And it is the union's job to police the contract.
Sister, the question is still pending. Debate has been closed.
I spoke like the brother spoke with the 50 years.
Yes, sister.
Congratulations to his 50 years, but we're in 2026, and every vote should count.
Sister, thank you.
Thank you.
The rules of our convention and what we have actually done here over the last few days is really the epitome of democracy in our union world. There's no other union in this country that's more democratic than we are, in the way we elect our officers and the way we consider our resolutions. I thank you all for that. Microphone number 9 under information.
Mr. Chair, Rick Ridenauer, Branch 46, Western Mass. In regards to your comment regarding inappropriate or unnecessary calling for the vote division, is it not also an abuse of the call the question before there's been any debate? I mean, we came here to hear both sides. I understand calling the question when it becomes repetitive and you're not convincing anyone, but at least allows some people to speak in favor or against it.
Thank you, brother. And as you pose the question, the rules of the convention, of course, very explicitly allow for any delegate to call for a teller vote, of course, allow for any delegate to call for the question. What I was simply pointing out, given the time of day it is and the amount of time that we have left here, is that while our rules specify both of those things, you are correct about calling for the question. I wanted to make the delegates aware that while it's not technically in effect because it is superseded by our rule, that Robert's Rules of Order makes very clear that it should not be abused. It's not a violation of the convention rules or Robert's Rules of Order for any delegate to call for a teller vote, as our rules explicitly provide for that. But it is recognized in the Bible, if you want to say that, of parliamentary procedure, and that I wanted you all to be aware of that. So given the time constraints that we are facing, that we all consider that that is a normal part of parliamentary procedure when we make the decision as to whether or not to request a teller vote. Does that make sense? Okay, thank you, brother. Hang tight, Chris. The question before the body was on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on National Agreement Resolution 63. The yeas are 2,384, the nays are 621. The recommendation of the Executive Council of disapproval is upheld. Microphone number 4 under privilege. Open the doors.
Chris Crutchfield, State of Alaska, Branch 4319, Anchorage. Great. Chris Crutchfield, Branch 4319, Anchorage, Alaska. There are a lot of resolutions we need to hear. I understand the desire to get your voices heard. But if you're up there and you're doing the division and it is clear, what was the last one, 4-1? The last one was 5-1? Intellectual honesty says you can see it's not close. Please, we want to make our air flights home, and we would like to hear all these resolutions. Be intellectually honest. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 5 under privilege.
Greg Donaldson, Branch 88, Galesburg, Illinois. I'll keep it short. I get the calls for division are annoying. I get the calls for teller votes are annoying. But I have repeatedly watched the question be called when information is being requested, when more opinions wish to be said. You have the right to call the teller vote, to call the question whenever you want at this convention. The rules can be changed at future conventions. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, brother. Quite frankly, brothers and sisters, everyone in this hall is a delegate, has a right to come to the mic under privilege and offer their opinion on the timing of other delegates that choose to call for the question, call for a division, call for a teller vote. Given the fact that now it is 10:49 a.m. on Friday, we have a lot of resolutions left. I believe at minimum the majority of you would agree with me that it is not worth the delegates' time for us to try to convince one another on when to call for a question. We have a process, the convention adopted it. We need to get on with it. There are 3 mics, 4. I'm going to recognize them. I will ask you to please be as efficient as you can for the sake of getting our work done here. Microphone number 4 under privilege.
Jamie Partridge, Branch 82, Portland. For the delegates' information, the APWU conventions mandate that there be 3 speakers for and 3 speakers against before the question can be called. Just so you know.
Well, thank you, brother. And if somebody at the 2028 convention in Minneapolis wishes to incorporate that in the proposed rules, or if it's not incorporated in the proposed rules that the Rules Committee presents, it would, of course, be within the delegates, any of the delegates, right there for them to go to the mic and make such an amendment on that or anything else. But at this convention in 2026 in Los Angeles for the NALC, we have rules in place, and we need to utilize those rules and get our work done. Microphone number 3 under privilege.
Bradford Lewis, Branch 214. I'm going to make this real brief. I have not always agreed with President Renfro, but I'm going to say right now, he's been running this convention as good as humanly possible. And I want to thank him for considering everyone. We may not see you again. We're going to run short of time, but somebody has to come to the microphone and say something nice about somebody, especially when they deserve it.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Microphone number 8 under privilege.
Hi, Ronald Sloan, Branch 74, Saginaw, Michigan. As far as calling for the question, as I recall, we did vote as a body on that every single time someone's called for the question. We want to talk about democracy and being heard. Democracy is majority rule. If you don't want the question called for, you have every right to vote against it, but you have to accept it when it passes.
Thank you, brother. As a reminder to the body, it's not just a majority vote. It takes a 2/3 vote to proceed to the question. Microphone number 9 under privilege.
Thank you. My name is John Rolfe, Branch 44, centered in Manchester, New Hampshire. I would like to say to all the delegates that are still here, thank you for your patience. As a Desert Storm veteran, I want to thank you for your patience. Please continue to be patient. This reverb is really messing with me.
Just let it rip, brother. I promise you it'll eventually come out of the speakers.
As a Desert Storm veteran, I ask you to please continue to be patient in the face of democratic, turbulent times. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 4 under privilege.
Patty Kramer, Branch 1310, Monterey, California. I move the next order of business.
Thank you, sister. I assume microphone number 8 under privilege.
Yes, under privilege. This is Keontae Robertson, Branch 39. We just wanted to announce our MDA winner, who is Angel Lewis, Branch 4559. She won $1,000.
Thank you, brother. As Sister Kramer requested, we will now move to the next order of business. National Agreement Resolution 64 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 65 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 66 is previously approved. Sorry about that. I don't want to get out of sync. Oh, I'm sorry. 66 is disapproved, which means Brother Jackson is going to give the council's report. Bruce.
The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. However, if the maker is willing to amend the resolution, deleting the reference to Handbook EL 801, such that the resolution reads, resolve that the National Association of Letter Carrier shall urge the Postal Service to revise uniform program policies to allow the letter carrier to wear black, leather, non-skid footwear, even if such footwear does not bear the official green tag, and be it further resolved that the NELC shall advocate for this policy change in the order to ensure that letter carriers can stretch their uniform allowance further while maintaining professional appearance and safety standards. Then the recommendation will change to one of approval. President.
Okay, the maker of the resolution, microphone number 6 under privilege.
Stephanie LaGreca, Branch 370, Atlantic City. We can amend it that way.
Thank you, sister.
I'd also like to add that we would like to withdraw General Resolution 19, and there's one more. General Resolution 31.
Thank you, sister. National Agreement Resolution 66. The sister accepts the council's proposal to amend the resolution. Therefore, the Executive Council's recommendation will change to one of approval. National Agreement Resolution 66 is approved per the previous motion. National Agreement Resolution 67 is approved. National Agreement Resolution 68 is previously approved. And we will now move to National Agreement Resolution 69.
Recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. However, if the maker of the resolution is willing to amend the resolution to account for electronic distribution rather than the sole use of a flash drive, making the resolution read, resolve, the National Association of Letter Carriers, AFL-CIO, shall negotiate with the United States Postal Service to include language in Article 31, which requires to the Postal Service, in case where they're anticipated they will need to charge the union for the cost to reimburse expense included while responding to the information request, to provide the union upon request with the USPS approved flash drive free of cost or alternate electronic distribution, and permit the union to make its own digital copies of documents instead. Then the recommendation would be changed to one of approval.
Okay, the makers of the resolution, microphone number 4 under privilege.
Casey English, Branch 82, Portland, Oregon. We accept the Executive Council's recommended changes.
Thank you, brother. With those changes, the recommendation of the Executive Council will change to one of approval. For the motion previously adopted by the body, National Agreement Resolution 69 is approved. National Agreement Resolution 70 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 71 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 72 is previously approved. We will now move to National Agreement Resolution 73.
The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. The Council and the delegates have previously considered and rejected proposal that involve providing a share of the percentage of Customer Connect leads with the letter carriers, revenue growth through the increase of use of Postal Service products and service is vital to the future success of the Postal Service and the NELC. Since 2004, letter carriers have worked collectively to generate over $1.5 billion in new revenue. We participate in Customer Connect in order to strengthen the institution that we work for while providing for our customers. our important role in generating new revenue for the Postal Service is a fact that we take to the bargaining table and, when necessary, to interest arbitration when we make our case for just how valuable letter carriers are to the success of the Postal Service. As such, all letter carriers benefit equally from Customer Connect program. Approving this resolution will create a situation where not all letter carriers would benefit. All routes and all installation do not have the same opportunities to generate new revenue through the Customer Connect program. The Executive Council believes that all letter carriers should benefit from our participation in this important effort. In addition, this resolution will require the NEOC to negotiate not only for other craft, but for management as well. The Executive Council does not have the authority to negotiate provision for other craft and for management. We urge the convention to disapprove this resolution. President Renfro.
Thank you, brother.
Okay, the maker of the resolution, microphone number 9, underprivileged.
Mike Cipro, Branch 12, Worcester, Massachusetts. Hello, brothers and sisters. I rise today to speak against the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval and appeal to you, the supreme body of the National Association of Carriers, to approve this resolution. Customer Connect, one component of the Postal Service's engagement programs of revenue generation, has been around for decades and is a vital way for civil letter carriers to generate revenue for our employer. I've been a supporter of Customer Connect for a very long time, and at the same time, I'm a realist and can admit local managers in general could care less about the program. This is evidenced by their lack of communication about Customer Connect, such as not giving the biweekly stand-ups to help engage carriers on the workroom floor. Despite this, there are civil letter carriers like me who care about this program and want to go above and beyond their normal duties as a letter carrier to help generate revenue. After all, this would not be the first time we help save the Postal Service from itself. Currently, a letter carrier who submits a lead for e-commerce or EDDMs using their paper lead card or Option U on the MDD scanner that results in a sale and generates additional revenue for the Postal Service might receive a certificate and/or a small denomination gift card. In some cases, these brothers and sisters receive no recognition, not even a thank you, for going above and beyond their normal duties. My resolve for this resolution is to give a postal paid incentive for those letter carriers who want to participate in Customer Connect, which is voluntary. I was careful not to tie the hands of our Executive Council with a specific set of incentives, but given management currently receives their bonuses off the backs of our work for things such as scanning percentages, on-time delivery, I certainly don't think it's inappropriate or problematic for us to receive an incentive to help generate additional revenue. For those who may think only city carriers with business-style routes will only be able to benefit from this resolution, this is not the case. If COVID taught us anything, we now have millions of Americans working from home and operating businesses out of their homes, where postal shipping and receiving services as well as advertising through every door direct mail is needed. In fact, we just had a city letter carrier from Massachusetts whose bid assignment is a truck route submit a lead that resulted in a sale of over $640,000. I ask for the delegates to vote in favor of passage of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Seeing no one at the mics, is there any objection to proceeding to the question? Hearing none, we will proceed to the question. The question is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on National Agreement Resolution 73. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. National Agreement Resolution 74 was previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 75. Brother Jackson.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. The NELC does not represent Postal Service postal supervisor, and it would be inappropriate for us to engage in bargaining over supervisory position. However, in regard to the 204B program, delegates have approved resolution to both limit and even abolish the 204B position. The NELC will continue to bargain on behalf of these previously approved resolutions. For these reasons, the recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. President.
Okay, the maker of the resolution, microphone number 4, under privilege.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I withdraw.
Thank you, brother. National Agreement Resolution 76 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 77. Director of Safety and Health, Brother Manny Peralta.
The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. However, if the maker of the resolution would amend the language striking for a period of 30 days such that it reads, resolved, the NALC negotiate for carriers detailed to a supervisory position 204B and have vacated their assignment via Article 41, Section 1A2, will be bypassed for the purposes of Article 41, Section 1A7 until such time as they have left the supervisory detail, 204B. Then the recommendation of the Council would be changed to one of approval.
The maker of the resolution, microphone number 1, under privilege.
Morgan Harrington, Branch 246, Southwest Michigan. We would be in agreement with that language.
Thank you, sister. With that change, National Agreement Resolution 77, the Executive Council's recommendation will change to one of approval. Therefore, it is approved per the motion previously passed by the body. National Agreement Resolution 78 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 79 is previously approved. We still got General, hang on. Microphone number 3, under privilege.
Jose Romero, Albuquerque, Sunshine Branch 504. I move to suspend the rules to allow all resolutions not printed in the book to be presented at the 2028 Biennial Convention.
Thank you, brother. Is there a second to the motion? Microphone number 4, under privilege.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I second.
Thank you, brother. The motion is to suspend the rules, to have all of the resolutions that are not printed in the book, that would be the resolutions received after the deadline, to be considered at the 2028 convention. To give a little information and context for the delegates, just factually about those. First off, this is a motion to suspend the rules, which will require a 2/3 vote to do so. The resolutions that are not printed in the book, of which we have, how many? About 30-ish. Hang on. Those we put on the screens and read all the whereases and the resolves. So I just want to be sure you understand that should the delegates approve this, those would then be heard if this is approved by a 2/3 vote. Those resolutions would be heard at the Minneapolis Convention in 2028. Now, we also, while we have just completed national agreement resolutions, we do have general resolutions remaining. Okay, I will recognize someone that wishes to speak against, well, first information, microphone 3 under information.
Darcy Gardia, Branch 1427, Santa Clara. Although I understand we're under time constraints, I think that these people who put these resolutions forward worked
Sister,
hard.
did you rise to ask a question?
No, I was against the...
Please turn to against, and
Sorry.
if the debate goes that far, I'll be happy to come back to you. Okay. Microphone number 9 against the motion.
Hi, Semoline and ALC Branch 79. I'm standing against this because the convention, our state convention, happened after you put that deadline out. In fact, we had planned that a year before. You told us the deadline after we had planned our date for our convention. There was no way for our convention resolutions from our state convention to get in the book. And it's very frustrating that we are being put in this position because of National's poor planning. You should have decided to print the books after our conventions. If there are states that were unable to put in resolutions because of the timing, that falls on National. And I beg you, please let us speak on our resolutions. We have a resolution against National's bullpucky 4-10 schedule bullshit. And I think it's important that we are all able to give our voice to say no thank you to that. All right? Sorry, hun, we're gonna have to stay here late. I want to blame everybody who stood up and did all the nonsense motions over and over and over for wasting our time. But Washington is here and we deserve to be heard.
To be very clear about the printing deadlines, they are set at the latest date that we can comfortably have our union printer print thousands of copies of all the materials that you all receive. They are not set with regard to anything other than that. They also are dependent on the 60-day requirement, the requirement that constitutional amendments be submitted 60 days prior to the convention. That's constitutional. We then, of course, print the amendments along with the resolutions in the book. Once we receive all the constitutional amendments, the Executive Council has to get together and act upon those amendments and create our report and the recommendations that you see, which also often creates a very tight timeline. If we could have it our way, we would have printed these books Monday morning at 9:30 so that resolutions submitted all the way up until the opening of the convention on Monday morning could have been submitted. So I want to be sure people understand that's how we process these. It's not to keep anything in or out of the book. And I say that without regard to being for or against the motion. Microphone number 2 under privilege.
Richard Hernandez, Branch 504, New Mexico. I call for the question.
Thank you, brother. The question has been called for. Once again, the motion is to suspend the rules to move the resolutions that are not printed in the book to be considered at the next convention. We are going to vote on proceeding to the question on that motion. All those, oh, sorry. Is there a second? Microphone number 4.
Chris Pennick, Branch 9, I second.
Thank you, brother. The motion has been seconded. We will now vote on the motion, vote on the motion to proceed to the question. All those in favor of proceeding to the question on the motion, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it with more of a 2/3 majority voting to proceed to the question. We will now proceed to the question on the motion, which will require a 2/3 majority vote. The motion is to suspend the rules and move all resolutions that have been submitted that are not printed in the book to be considered at the 2028 convention. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Let's do it one more time. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Oh my gosh. All right, everybody be seated. Craig, you got a clone in the back corner back there. Sounds just like you. Okay, once again, the motion is to suspend the rules and move the body's consideration of the resolutions that are not printed in the book to the 2028 Minneapolis Convention. Microphone number 4, Brother One of you rides under information.
Sister.
I'm sorry, sister. You were standing behind the pole.
That's all right. Kimberly
I thought you were someone
Batson,
else.
Branch 1104, Vancouver, Washington. Has our shuttle schedule been extended for the day?
We have extended the buses until 3 o'clock as of right now.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I will restate the motion. Thank you, sister. Is your question related to the question in front of the body on the motion, brother? Microphone number 3 under information.
Yeah, Jeff Parr, Branch 183. How many of these resolutions have been approved?
Brother, that would have been something to raise during debate.
I was trying to, but I wasn't recognized.
Brother, debate, well, the question was called for and passed. Debate has been closed. That type of question would be something that certainly could have been asked during debate. I think it would be inappropriate to ask it during the voting process. Thank you, brother. Sorry, Jeff.
Okay.
Good question, though. I'll tell you the answer after we vote. All right. The motion is to suspend the rules to move all of the resolutions that are not printed in the book to be considered by the 2028 convention. All those in favor, please stand. Okay, please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. My gosh. I don't think it's 2/3. You got something to eat? There's 18. You always have something to eat. 18 need to be debated. Brothers and sisters, I think a teller vote, unfortunately, is appropriate here, as it requires 2/3. I will ask the tellers to come to the front, to the desk. We will close the doors in 5 minutes. Please clear the aisles. Please clear the aisles and have a seat, please. Okay. The vote is on the motion to suspend the rules and move the resolutions that are not printed in the book to be considered at the 2028 National Convention. All those in favor of the motion, please stand. Please remain standing until you are given the indication by the teller to be seated, at which point please be seated. Okay, as the tellers are making their way back out, please, everyone, be in your seat. Andy. Oh, sorry, Andy. Okay, once again, the motion is to suspend the rules and move all resolutions that are not printed in the book to be considered at the 2028 National Convention. All those opposed to the motion, please stand. Please remain standing until the teller gives you the indication to be seated, at which time please be seated.
Why don't you go back to the auxiliary?
While the tellers finish the tabulation, to give you a little bit of information, numbers, pursuant to the motion that the body passed earlier, the full convention reports from the committees that are not going to be presented here will be in the members-only portal, but just to give you a handful of numbers, on the Credentials Committee, 27 national officers, 5,101 delegates, 60 at-large delegates, 594 branches represented, all 50 states represented, 948 guests, and 3 others, which I have no idea what they are. I know based on yesterday, seeing all the blue shirts, that many of you visited our Lettercare Political Fund booth. Over the course of the week, we had 842 delegates become new contributors to the Lettercare Political Fund. And there were 1,775 delegates that increased their current contribution. On the previous question, on the motion to suspend the rules and move the resolutions that are not printed in the book to be considered at the 2028 National Convention, the yeas are 1,428. The nays are 1,391. Because this is a vote to suspend the rules, it will require a 2/3 majority. Therefore, the motion fails. Now, let me make the body aware of something important. Sister came up and asked about the buses, which I mentioned we have extended until 3 o'clock. However, open the doors. I apologize. However, rule number 1 states that the convention will be from 8 a.m. to noon on Friday. That is in 21 minutes, noon. If we wish to go past noon, it will require a motion to amend that rule, which also would require a 2/3 vote. Microphone number 9, under privilege.
Hello, my name is Shantae Smith, and I'm actually here to announce the winner of the MDA 50/50 raffle. So there's $8,368 for MDA. Somebody is going home with $4,184. Y'all ready? All right, let's go. Oh my God.
That's an interesting winner.
Fellow facilitator, you are the winner. Cambria Hopkins, you are the winner.
Thank you, sister. Microphone number 5, under privilege.
Well, Mr. President, in order to hear all the motions that need to be discussed, I make a motion.
Please identify yourself by name and branch, brother. I know who you are, but for the record.
Mark Dowdle, branch 825. I make a motion that in order to hear all the motions that need to be discussed, that we read into record all of the pre-approved motions at once. So that would be number 1, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10, 12, 15, 17, 21, 24, 29, 32, 35, and 37.
Thank you, brother. Is there a second? Microphone number 6, under privilege.
Michael Yoder, branch 273, Lancaster, PA. I'll second the motion.
Thank you, brother. The motion is to read into record all of the general resolutions, because that's what we have left, that have been previously approved. Microphone number 8 under privilege.
I'll make Michael Still, branch 274, Lehigh Valley, PA. I'd like to offer an amendment to that we also read in the resolutions that were not in the book but were approved by the Executive Council.
Thank you, brother. Just a second. Brother, just as information, which might cause you to want to moderately restate your motion with a couple of changes potentially. The motion to approve all of the resolutions in the book on which the Executive Council recommended approval is only applicable to those that are in the book. So there has not been a motion adopted by the body that would approve the resolutions that are not in the book that the Executive Council recommended approval on. I believe there are 28 total resolutions, and on 10 of those at least, the Executive Council has recommended approval initially. So if perhaps, and I believe that is your intention, is that correct, brother?
That is my intention, so what I would amend my amendment to say that the Executive Board approved resolutions that were not in the book would be so approved by the body and read in with the ones that Brother Yoder was speaking about.
Okay, that can be an amendment to the original. Actually, let me suggest this just so it's a little cleaner for the record. Brother, if you wouldn't mind, just let's deal with this motion and I'll come straight back to you and you can make that motion. I think that would be clear, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, brother. Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Microphone number 6 under privilege.
I'll let you work on the motion.
Okay. Microphone number 4 under information.
Troy Lewis, Branch 10, Topeka, Kansas. President Renfro, I'd like to ask, would it be prohibitively expensive for National to put together some training for how to operate proper procedures for delegates? I have enjoyed the suffering with everyone else here. However,
brother, do you rise under information for something that pertains directly
yes.
to the motion?
Just wanted to know. No, I apologize. No, I apologize.
Okay, that's okay, brother. I heard what you said. We will definitely take a look at that to maybe do something in addition, of course, to the rules that are in the book. There's a lot of opportunities to do such a thing through social media and so on. So your suggestion is heard, brother. All right, seeing no other mics, is there any objection to proceeding to the question on the motion? Microphone number 2 under information.
Yes, Liam Gary, Branch 43, Cincinnati, Ohio. I just have a question. Wasn't this already established?
Approve them in blocks, so they've been approved, but as we proceed through them, you'll notice I'll say resolution X has been previously approved. That's to read it into the record. The brother's motion is that they all be read into the record so we don't have to read them as we go through. Does that make sense?
Yes, that's clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, is there any objection to proceeding to the question? Hearing none, we'll proceed to the question. The question is on the motion to consider all the previously approved resolutions read into the record. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Microphone number 7 under privilege.
I would like to make a motion like Brother Betty Harold, Las Cruces, New Mexico, branch 2905. I would like to make a motion like Brother 8.
Thank
Michael
you, brother.
Still, Branch 274, Lehigh Valley, PA.
Thank you, brother. So the motion is that all of the resolutions that are not printed in the book on which the Executive Council recommended approval will be approved in block by the body. Microphone number 4 under information.
Sorry, wrong turn. I'll turn.
Oh, all right.
We have to wait till this motion is over. We have to wait till this motion is over. Yeah, no, I know what I'm doing. I'm actually speaking against the motion.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay. Greg Donaldson, Branch 88, Galesburg, Illinois. I warn the body that blindly approving resolutions we have not reviewed is dangerous. If any branch, say, passed a resolution that approved of the 410s, we would adopt that as a bargaining position. Be warned, there be dragons here. I yield my time.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 6 under privilege.
Michael Yoder, Branch 273, Lancaster, PA. I would ask for an amendment to the motion to read, make a motion to suspend the rules to prioritize any resolution not printed in the convention report that have been accepted by the Executive Council to be prioritized reading in full with no exceptions from the body to be accepted in block.
Thank you, brother. Brother, just as a point of information, even if the body approves the motion that is in front of it now, we would still display on the screen the text and read the resolutions. So I don't know if that changes your wish to make an amendment. That would be our intention anyway.
I guess I would like them read into the record before we take a vote, just so people know ahead of time what we're voting on.
Yeah, okay, well, brother, the motion that's been made is to approve them in block. Of course, the body has not yet seen them. When we get through the general resolutions, if we're able to do so in the next 10 minutes absent a suspension of the rules, we would then move to those 28, every single one of them, regardless of the Executive Council's recommendation of approval or disapproval, we would put on the screens. This motion is to simply approve those that we recommend approval in block. That would not change the ability to see them. I think by what you're saying, you might at this point be inclined to speak against the motion. If that's the case, I would be happy to recognize you if you would turn to the red circle in the event the debate is able to go back to a speaker against the motion. Is that okay, brother?
That's fine.
Good. All right. Microphone number 4 under privilege.
Cody Harris, Branch 82, Portland, Oregon. As we are really running out of time, and by my watch, we only have 9 minutes until we have to deal with this in 2 years, I call the question so that we can make another motion to extend this convention.
Thank you, brother. Question's been called for. Is there a second? Microphone number 2 under privilege.
Thank you, Brian. Steve Olander, Branch 3, Buffalo, Western New York, and I second the motion.
Thank you, brother. Question's been called for and seconded. All those in favor of proceeding to the question on the motion signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it with a two-thirds or more majority voting in the affirmative. We will now proceed to the question on the motion. The motion was to approve in block all of the resolutions that are not printed in the book that the Executive Council has recommended, on which the Executive Council has recommended approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Microphone number Well, your sign is to speak for, and I've not gotten to for yet. Microphone number 1, underprivileged.
Ron Zaleski, delegate at large from the state of Michigan. Given the fact that it is 7 minutes to 12, I move that we suspend the rule to adjourn at noon on Friday.
Josh Peterson, Branch 828. I second the motion.
Okay, thank you, brothers. One, Ron, if you would stay at the mic. Don't we need to put a set time? Okay. We can't simply just generally suspend it. We would need to suspend or amend it, but we need to put an end time.
3 p.m.
I think an end time.
3 p.m.
So it can't be completely open-ended.
Please adjust my motion to reflect an end time of 3 p.m.
Thank you, brother. So motion has been made to suspend or amend the rules so that the conclusion of today's session would be changed to end at 3 o'clock. Been seconded by Brother Peterson from Branch 828.
Brian!
Is there any discussion on the motion? Who's yelling at me? Microphone number 1, you got to push the button.
With the understanding we could finish earlier than 3 p.m. We don't have to stay if we've done all the business.
Brother, I promise you, we ain't gonna stay 1 minute longer than it takes to get the business done at this point. Thank you, Josh. Microphone number 3, underprivileged.
Betty Harold, Las Cruces, New Mexico, Branch 2905. I call for the question.
Thank you, sister. Question has been called for. Is there a second? Microphone number 8, underprivileged.
Michael Still, Branch 274, Lehigh Valley, PA. I second that.
Question has been called for and seconded. All those in favor of proceeding to the question on the motion to amend the rules to change the end time signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it with more than 2/3 voting to proceed to the question. We will now proceed to the question. The question is on the motion to amend the rules to change the conclusion time of today's session to 3 p.m. This is a change to the rules which requires a 2/3 majority to be adopted. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Oh my gosh. I mean, I think the ayes were louder.
It's up to you. Go with your gut. I'm not stopping you. I'm not stopping you. I just don't need to.
Okay, let's do this again. We got 3 minutes. That's an eternity. See what I'm saying? Okay. The motion is to suspend or amend rule number 1 to change the time to end today's session from noon as it currently is to 3 p.m. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. There's no question the ayes are in the majority, but as I stated earlier, this requires a 2/3 vote. That is a very difficult vote to make. Let me ask this, brothers and sisters. It's 11:58. Is there any objection to extending the session 30 minutes to have a teller vote to determine the outcome of this vote? Hearing no objection. I didn't hear any. Hearing no objection, we will proceed. Tellers, please come to the stage, to your desk. If you're not sitting over there already, we will secure the doors in 5 minutes. Everyone, please be seated. Sergeant at Arms, please secure the doors. For those that have risen, under information, would likely be better to wait and see the outcome of this vote, as I'm sure that will have an impact on what your question might be. Everyone, please be seated. Okay, the question before the body is a motion to amend Rule Number 1 to change the time for the conclusion of today's session from 12 noon to 3 p.m. All those in favor, please stand. Please remain standing until your teller gives you the indication to be seated, at which time please be seated. Delegates, please, please, please remain in your seats unless you are going to be out of the seating area within the next 90 seconds. Please remain in your seats. Okay, be seated, please. Once again, the question is on the motion to amend Rule Number 1 to change the conclusion of today's session from noon to 3 p.m. All those opposed to the motion, please stand. Please remain standing until the teller gives you the indication to be seated, at which time please be seated. Okay, on the question on the motion was to suspend or amend rule number 1 to change the concluding time of today's session from 12 noon to 3 p.m. The yeas are 1,837, the nays are 581, requiring a 2/3 majority. That has passed. The rules are amended. Open the doors. I'm going to, in the strongest possible terms, ask those that are at the mic to please keep your comments as brief as possible and your questions related to the business we have left, which is resolutions. Microphone number 4 under privilege.
Greg Donaldson, Branch 88, Galesburg, Illinois. I believe in our rush to try and extend the convention, we may have passed a motion that was out of order. Let me speak. On Wednesday, Bobby Dowell of Branch 383, Paducah, Kentucky, passed a motion that all resolutions not in our book be read individually. We just passed a motion that some of them should be approved in block. I would ask that the chair consult with the court reporter and the parliamentarian to see if such motion is out of order while we'll work through general resolutions. Thank you.
Brother, I apologize, Greg. Will you repeat what you were asking us to do?
I would just ask that, and I can come to the stage and give the information, that the parliamentarian and the court reporter verify if the motion was out of order with the information I so provided. I can come to the stage so we can continue general resolutions if that would help.
Okay, yeah, brother, if you want to come over here to the side of the stage, we'll get the information and try to get that answered. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah. Microphone number 6 under privilege.
Hi there. David Howard, President of West Richland, Branch 3877 out of Washington. I just wanted to thank the body for voting to continue the convention. Our branches voted and sent us here to get our business done, not to go to the beach and Disneyland. We have business to get to. Let's get it done. If you want to go home, you can go home.
Thank you, brother. As a reminder, we have $37 general resolutions before we get to the ones that the brother mentions. Microphone number 3 under information.
Yes, Jeff Parr, Branch 183, Santa Rosa. We're seeing a lot of people leave. My question is, what is our quorum number to allow us to do business?
Brother, our quorum in the Constitution there's a number of requirements. The primary one is 300 delegates. Okay. And then has a, frankly, very complicated formula of the percentage of total branches represented and the percentage of the total membership that those branches represent. Frankly, it would probably take us till 3 o'clock to figure that piece of it out. But 300 is the number of members. We feel pretty good that we have a quorum.
So we're good.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 8 under privilege.
Michael Still, Branch 274, Lehigh Valley, Pennsylvania. I'd like to thank Brother Donaldson for catching that. And I'd also like to call for the order of the day, and let's go.
I'm with you, brother. Because they're at the mic, I'm going to recognize mics 1 and 5. I ask you to please be as quick as you possibly can. I will try to, in turn, answer as quick as I possibly can. Microphone number 1 under information.
Steve Rubino, Branch 4374. I just would like an update before we leave of the amount raised for Pass the Hat and how many people we're collecting. Thank you.
Brother, pursuant to Rule 26, Brother Brown will give a report on that before we adjourn today. Microphone number 5 under information.
Jim Rangel, Branch 292, Rock Island, Illinois. Since we elected to extend to 3 o'clock, what are the bus schedules extended to?
We're working on that right now, brother. We'll give you an update in time for you, if necessary. When I say you, not just you, Jim. Everyone, that if you got to be on the bus by 3 o'clock, we'll give you an update in time so you have time to get from here to the bus, if that is necessary. All right, seeing no one else at the mic, we will now move to general resolutions. As the motion passed, to consider the approved ones read into the record, we will begin with general resolution number 2. Brother Peralta.
The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. This convention is being live streamed on YouTube and will remain available for anyone to watch at their convenience. However, there are portions of the convention when copyrighted music is played, and the NALC does not have permission to broadcast or stream that music. That means that certain portions of the live stream will be muted to avoid copyright infringement. Executive sessions during the convention would not be live streamed, as the intent of this resolution is achieved and the exact language of this resolution creates legal issues. The Executive Council requests the delegates to uphold the recommendation of disapproval.
Okay, the maker of the resolution, microphone number 2 under privilege.
Mike Levering, Branch 3, Buffalo, Western New York. I would like to amend the resolution. Under the resolved, the first resolved, where it says in its entirety, strike that and add except time in executive session. Then in the second resolved, after convention, add except time in executive session.
Okay, brother, proposed an amendment. Is there a second to the amendment? Is there a second to the amendment? Microphone number 2 under privilege.
Chris Pennick, Branch 9. I second that amendment.
Thank you. The amendment is in the first and second resolves to add language that makes it clear that executive sessions would be excluded from the streaming that this resolution seeks to put in place. Effectively, what we do right now would be reflected at that point in time, for the most part, as it relates to the executive session piece. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The amendment does not change the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, primarily because in the first resolve, it will require the streaming to be put in the members-only portal. The streaming is on YouTube for anyone to see. We think that's a better option, obviously a better platform. Microphone number 2, under privilege.
Chris Pennick, Branch 9. I'd like to amend the resolution so that it excludes copyrighted music.
Thank you, brother. Is there a second to the amendment? Microphone number 4, under privilege.
Seymour Lean, NALC, Branch 79, Seattle, second.
Amendment's been seconded. The amendment would be to exclude copyrighted music. Any discussion? Any objection to proceeding to the question on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment passes. The resolution has been amended. Seeing no one at the mics, is there any objection to proceeding to the question? I don't think that was an objection. Hearing no objection, we will proceed to the question. The question is on the Executive Council's microphone number 4 underprivileged.
Virgilio Goze, NLC Branch 79, Seattle. I will write to propose an amendment to strike from the members-only portal and switch it to YouTube or any other available electronic means in the future for recording purposes.
All right. I don't know if you got there before the body passed the call for the question or not, but we will entertain the amendment if there's a second, under the judgment that the brother was at the mic under privilege prior to the vote on the question. Microphone number 2 under privilege.
Mike Levering, Branch 3, Buffalo, Western New York. I second it.
Thank you, brother. The amendment is to modify the first resolve to change the words members only portal to YouTube or some other available electronic means, I believe was, if not verbatim, very close to the words that the brother used. Any discussion on the amendment? Huh? So members only appears in the first and second resolve. I believe it's reasonable that the amendment would apply to both resolves given the spirit of the amendment that was stated. Microphone number 8, you rise to speak against the amendment.
For the amendment, sorry.
We need an against before we go to a 4. Microphone number 7 under privilege.
Derek Lamone, Branch 34, Boston. I call the question.
Thank you. The question has been called for. Is there a second? Microphone number 4 under privilege.
C. Molina, NALC 79, second.
Question has been called for. All those in favor of proceeding to the question on the amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. We will now, let me do it this way. Is there any the Executive Council would change its recommendation given the multiple amendments to one of approval? Pursuant to the previously passed motion, General Resolution number 2 is now approved. We will now move to General Resolution number 3. Brother Peralta.
The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. The NALC already spends significant time and resources in pursuit of unionizing Amazon employees, in particular delivery drivers, by assisting other unions in providing resources and direct support for unionization drives. However, if the maker of the resolution would amend the resolution to strike the second resolve, making the resolution read that the NALC create a national organizing committee focused on the organization of Amazon and other private sector workers in the parcel delivery sector, and be it further resolved that the NALC work with the AFL-CIO and the broader labor movement to organize the employees of the largest employer in the world, Amazon. Then the recommendation of the Executive Council would change to one of approval.
The maker of the resolution, microphone number 6 under privilege.
Xavier Gonzalez, Austin, Texas, Branch 181. I will go ahead and accept the amendment that the Executive Council is recommending.
Thank you, brother. Therefore, the recommendation of the Executive Council will change from disapproval to approval. That resolution is adopted. Before we move on, I want to go back to Brother Donaldson's concern that he raised. Just let the delegates know what the issue is there. There was a motion passed by the body earlier in the week to vote individually on the resolutions that are not in the book. Therefore, the resolution, or excuse me, the motion that was passed here just a few minutes ago to approve them in block, those two conflict with one another. The point of order, however, should have been made at the time the motion was made and was under consideration to approve them in block. This is a very uncommon circumstance. Probably the technical answer is that the most recent one would apply, though that's not crystal clear. So here's what we will do. When we get to them, we will just voice vote on the approvals, and hopefully that will satisfy everyone's wishes. Any objection to proceeding in that manner? All right. Hearing none, we will now move to General Resolution number 5. Brother Peralta.
The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. However, if the maker is willing to delete and replace the resolve such that it reads, resolved, when local NALC leadership requests the ERT be deployed, the designated national officers, along with the NBA, will discuss the possible deployment with the local NALC branch leadership to determine the appropriateness and timeline of any possible deployment as a result of any loss of life of all current postal employees on or off the job, as well as on the job life-altering injuries. If so, then the recommendation of the Executive Council would change to one of approval.
Microphone number 2 underprivileged, the maker of the resolution.
Yeah, Tom Dugalinsky, Branch 134, Syracuse, member of the New York State Association. We would agree to that modification. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. The recommendation of the Executive Council on General Resolution 5, with that modification, will change to one of approval. Therefore, the resolution is now approved. We will move to General Resolution 6. Manning.
Thank you. The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. The Executive Council generally seeks to stay neutral on issues that don't directly impact the Postal Service and the financial livelihood of city letter carriers. We believe that focusing our time and attention on postal reform and other legislation, such as the Protect Our Letter Carriers Act, the Federal Employee Retirement Fairness Act, and Equal COLA Act are our top priorities and supported by the membership. For these reasons, the recommendation is one of disapproval.
Okay, this resolution was submitted by more than one branch. We will recognize them both if they wish to speak as the makers of the resolution. Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Tyler Vassar, Branch 9. I rise under privilege as maker of the resolution. I urge all delegates to vote down the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval. The Iran war has cost the U.S. tens of billions of dollars so far. The Iran war has cost the lives of 18 American service members and thousands of Iranians. Gas prices are up over 30% Inflation is roaring back to life, and workers in the US and around the world stare down the face of economic disaster, and for every cent that gas prices go up, it costs the USPS millions of dollars more every single year to fuel our vehicles. This is directly a postal issue. This is an issue that management will also use to attack our wages and our working conditions as it deepens the financial crisis at USPS. President Trump called for an increase to the Pentagon budget from over $500 billion to over $1.5 trillion. They spend billions on war while our school districts face budget shortfalls, causing closures, cuts to union jobs. They spend billions on war while they cut Medicaid funding, causing hospital closures. And they spend billions on the war while they say there's no money for housing, for jobs programs, for childcare, while they criminally underfund our VA hospitals that our veterans need desperately. To answer the charge that this is not a letter carrier issue, inflation is a union issue. Funding war instead of our schools, instead of childcare, instead of health care, is a union issue. Billions of tax dollars going to fund bombs instead of our social services here in this country is a union issue. War and peace are union issues. Because who will be sent to fight and die in these wars? Who will pay the costs? It's not the politicians and their children. It's not the war profiteers and their children. It's going to be our brothers and sisters. It's going to be our sons and daughters. It's going to be our neighbors. It's going to be our members that have to fight these wars. These are union issues. The NALC and the AFL-CIO, the labor movement, can and must lead the anti-war movement against this unjust and criminal war. It's a humanitarian and economic disaster. Opposing this war is a letter carrier issue. It's a union issue. We need more than words. We need to build a movement against it to end the war and to fund our services, fund our VA, fund our schools, fund our jobs. Vote no on the recommendation of disapproval. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Does anyone from Branch 82, the maker of the resolution, wish to speak under privilege? I'm sorry, 79. I was looking at the next one, the next disapproval. Microphone number 1, under privilege.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sam Colby. I'm from Branch 79 in Seattle, Washington, and I'm a member of Build a Fighting NALC. I rise under privilege as a maker of this resolution. The Executive Council disapproved this resolution on the basis that it's not specific enough to letter carriers. I strongly disagree. Opposition to this cruel and unjust war is not only a letter carrier issue, but an issue for all workers. As a result of this war, global trade has been crippled, causing inflation to rise and the price of goods, such as food and energy, to skyrocket. Every time the price of gas goes up by just 1 cent, it costs the post office millions of dollars per year. And in fact, the post office just recently enacted an 8% package surcharge to offset this rising fuel cost, passing those costs on to our customers. When the economy tightens, people spend less on packages and businesses spend less on mailers. And since they're saying we're already broke, how do you think millions of dollars of extra costs a year, in addition to a loss in revenue, will affect our negotiations for higher wages? Not to mention how much more we as individuals and consumers have to spend on gas, food, and everything else. And I'm sure everybody in this room has felt that pressure. I can't do my job if I can't afford to put gas in my car. I can't do my job if I can't put food on my table. I can't do my job if I can't pay my bills. I don't want to hear that this isn't a letter carrier issue. It's already bad right now, and imagine it'll only get worse the longer this goes on. The Trump administration has already asked for $1.5 trillion for this to increase the Pentagon budget by 2027. Trillion with a T. There's $1.5 trillion for blowing up schoolgirls in Iran, but we have no universal health care, our schools are underfunded, and our infrastructure is crumbling, and apparently our postal service is broke too. Why is there always money for war and never for workers? Why is there always money for launching Patriot missiles at children and never for giving them a good education? Why is there always money for destroying infrastructure and never for repairing it? Why is there always money for killing people and never for helping them? And why does the Pentagon get away with never passing an audit, but the Postal Service has to cut costs and pinch pennies constantly? Opposing this war is not beyond the scope of our union. The labor movement has always been involved in anti-war efforts. When we were in Iraq and Vietnam and World War II, the labor movement was there standing with working people across the world against imperialism and against the greedy, money-grubbing warmongers. We have a capability and a responsibility as members of this union, as members of the labor movement, and as members of the working class to fight against this unjust and brutal war and fight for our money to be spent on us, not on killing our fellow workers in Iran or Palestine or Venezuela or anywhere else. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 2. You rise for the recommendation of the Executive Council.
Yes, I do. Andrew Harrison, Branch 3, Buffalo, Western New York. Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. I'm here to support the Executive Council's decision of disapproval. I believe in freedom of speech and political protest, but certain topics are better addressed individually, not by this union. International politics is one of those topics. I, like so many others, are tired of the needless divisiveness within this union. I don't ask my customers or fellow union members about their political views, especially when it's based on what's happening outside of our country. The NLC's political involvement should be limited to this union and that of other unions. Furthermore, as a brother previously stated during a different resolution, we have several crucial matters that we must focus on at this time. Let's keep focused on our political goals, getting the wages we deserve, improving the working conditions, and most importantly, focus on protecting our brothers and sisters out on the street. If you do not like what's going on overseas, then the time to show that is in November at the polls. I promise you, I will stand beside you. Like so many others in this room, I once took an oath to defend this Constitution. I've done it before, we've all done it before. We will stand beside you at the right time and place to do so. Do not allow this union's resources and name be used in a way it was not intended to. I urge you, support the Executive Council's decision and help focus this union on its true purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 9. You rise against the recommendation of the Executive Council.
I do. Madison Viseri, Branch 536, Rome, Georgia. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge and thank all the veterans in attendance, as well as those presently delivering for their collective sacrifice. I'm not a veteran myself, but I am the son of a Vietnam veteran, Big Red 1 infantryman and Bronze Star recipient. Before his untimely death in 2015, I witnessed firsthand the toll and trauma that his experience visited upon him, even decades after returning home. The kind of trauma that finds a young boy of 17, he would have been 18 when he left boot camp. The kind of trauma that finds a young man whose wiry frame was seen by his commanding officer as the kind of quality to order him to strip down to his trousers and carry only a sidearm and knife into a claustrophobic Viet Cong tunnel. I share all this with you to illustrate my father's story. It is one of an untold many, and the many that try to make use of the VA's services, and to emphasize that my position against the Executive Council's recommendation is not to be interpreted as admonishment of our service members. Quite the opposite, actually. It is in reverence for your sacrifice, and that it not be doled out with reckless disregard. It is an admonishment of a renegade administration's unsanctioned war abroad and their war on the home front against civil services and the workers that bring that service to every address in America. Purge from your minds any notion that this is not our business. It very much is. How many times have our customers mistakenly claimed our service was a byproduct of their tax dollars? We see how emphatic they can be because of that misunderstanding. Well, our tax dollars are funding an unsanctioned war to the rapidly running sum of nearly $40 billion. Meanwhile, services at home have been cut by an unelected, chainsaw-wielding techno-fascist and his bronzer-powdered figurehead. We have an incredibly powerful and far-reaching platform. That is not an opportunity to be squandered. That is an obligation to our members, our veterans, and the public at large. Please, I am pleading with my brothers and sisters to stand with me for all that is good in this world, against this war, and against the Executive Council's recommendation to this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 5, underprivileged.
C. Moline, NALC, Branch 79. I call the question. Peace is union business.
Thank you, sister. Microphone number 7, underprivileged.
Derek Lamone, Branch 34, Boston. I second.
Question's been called for and seconded. All those in favor of proceeding to the question on the Executive Council's recommendation on National Agreement Resolution number 6, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Question has been called for. We will now vote on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on General Resolution number 6. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. General Resolution number 10 was withdrawn. We'll now move to General Resolution number 11. Brother Peralta.
The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. NALC headquarters is affiliated with the AFL-CIO and pays its per capita dues. Separate from affiliation at the headquarters level, each branch and state association can make the decision that is best for them. This is evidenced by the fact that some states and branches choose not to affiliate. This resolution would remove the independence of branch and state associations who are in the best position to make an informed decision regarding local affiliation. For these reasons, the recommendation is one of disapproval.
Okay, the maker of the resolution, now Branch 82, microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Casey English, Branch 82, Portland, Oregon. Brothers and sisters, I urge you to join me in rejecting the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval and adopt this resolution. Most national unions negotiate with the AFL-CIO to affiliate their locals on their behalf. This enables them to negotiate a much lower per capita rate than if the locals had to affiliate individually. Leaving it up to each branch to affiliate makes the cost of affiliation unreasonably high for most branches. This unfairly locks them out of their local labor movement and contradicts our national union's message of solidarity with organized labor. Brothers and sisters, money should not be a barrier to participating in the labor movement. However, in light of some of the Executive Council's concerns, we are willing to change the language to make it so that only branches and state associations that wish to be affiliated will be. As such, I move to amend the resolution as follows. At the end of the first resolved, after behalf, add, upon request of the branch or state association. Thank you, brothers and sisters.
Thank you, brother. Is there a second to the amendment to the resolution? Microphone number 5, underprivileged.
Virelia Goze, NALC Branch 79, Seattle. I second that motion.
The amendment has been moved and seconded. The amendment is to add language at almost the very end of the first resolve that would insert the words upon request from the branch or state association. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Any objection to proceeding to the question on the amendment? The question is on the amendment to General Resolution 11 that would add the words upon request of a branch or state association after the word behalf at the end of the first resolve. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. All those opposed to the amendment, no. The amendment passes. Give me a very short minute to confer regarding the Executive Council's report and recommendation in light of the approved amendment. Primarily, first off, this would put a branch or state association in a position to dictate and make a determination on what the national union would spend funds on, which could become problematic. Perhaps even more importantly, it is not a simple choice with the National AFL-CIO to affiliate or not to affiliate. Some central labor councils and state federations, if you affiliate with one, you're automatically affiliated with the other. That happens in some states. Other states, they operate completely separately. The benefit of affiliating nationally that some unions do, and we have explored for, I have direct knowledge of, at least the last 14 years, is that a discount in those dues, if you want to use that word, discount, is provided. It's unclear how that would work if the national union, in discussing this with the AFL-CIO, would not have the ability to have any idea how many, where, how many states, how many branches, where they would be, how that then connects with the structure of the state feds and the CLCs. So for those reasons, even with the adopted amendment, the recommendation of the Executive Council would remain one of disapproval. The amendment or the resolution has been spoken on by the maker. It has been amended. I would now ask if there's anyone that wishes to speak in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation. Microphone number 2, you rise under privilege.
Mark Camilli, Branch 358, Northeastern New York. I call for the question.
Thank you, brother. Question's been called for. Is there a second? Microphone number 4, under privilege.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I second.
Thank you, brother. Most of your fans went home. Sorry. All those in favor of proceeding to the question on the Executive Council's recommendation on General Resolution 11, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will now move to the question. The question is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on General Resolution 11 as amended by the body. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next is microphone number 9, under privilege.
Oh, that's bright. My name is Travis Miller. I'm from Branch 1028. That messes me up. I'm sorry.
Hey, brother, don't worry about what you hear. Just talk. You're good.
My name is Travis Miller from Bozeman, Montana, Branch 1028. We are withdrawing Resolution 18.
Thank you, brother. General Resolution 18 has been withdrawn. Microphone number 5, under information.
Borrelia Goze, NLC Branch 79, Seattle. Point of information, the body approved General Resolution number 9 about evaluating transition to conducting our own legislative program separate from the AFL-CIO. I question what is the purpose of this resolution. Are we starting the steps to disaffiliating with the national AFL-CIO or not? Because we just disapproved General Resolution number 11, so that is my main concern about this particular resolution.
Yeah, brother, I certainly will not speak for the makers of the resolution. I, however, am very familiar with their intent based on, in one case, attending the convention where the resolution was passed. The intent of those resolutions is in no way to disaffiliate. In fact, it hardly has anything to do with affiliation at all. It is primarily intended to have NALC, when it comes to the work that we do politically in elections, releasing members, running programs, We have plugged our members in battleground states, typically where there are Senate races and presidential races, of course, and then some House races around the country. We have released our members to work with a lot of other union members in the AFL-CIO's labor program for many, many, many years. Letter carriers take a huge lead in that. Think about it, if it's a door knocking operation, who the hell's better to go door to door and figure out where to go than us? Over the years, we all know that not just within the labor movement, but the political operatives' choice of the way to approach GOTV and get people out, there's been a pretty significant shift to incorporate not just physical door knocking and talking to people, but digital stuff and phone calls and text messages and so on and so forth. So there is frankly a ongoing, very serious discussion among the AFL-CIO Executive Council about what the Federation's role should be going forward. Should it be that the AFL owns the program and the affiliate unions come in to help, or should it be perhaps more that the Federation supports the affiliate unions to run their own programs? These resolutions are about NALC. We've kind of explored this for a while, but formally exploring what it would look like to run our own program at the same scale that we participated in the AFL program. I hope that's gives some context to what they're attempting to achieve. Yes, sir. Microphone number 7, underprivileged.
Lucas Dickerson, Kansas City, Kansas, branch 4999. I want to make a motion under Generation 25 through 28 to vote on block.
Thank you, brother. Is there a second to the brother's motion? Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Stephen Holloway, branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I second.
Thank you, brother. The motion is to vote on general resolutions 25 through 28 in block. Is there any discussion? Would the maker of the motion like to speak on his motion? Seeing no mics, is there any objection to proceeding to the question? Hearing none, we will proceed to the question. The question is a motion to consider General Resolutions 25, 26, 27, and 28 in block. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Okay, General Resolution 13. Brother Peralta.
The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. However, if the maker is willing to amend the resolution, deleting the third resolve, making the resolution read, that the OSALC stands with our transgender members and condemns the cancellation of gender-affirming care benefits, and be it further resolved that the OSALC elevate this issue to the NALC regional and national leadership and advocate for the immediate restoration of comprehensive coverage, and be it further resolved the OSALC lobby local, state, and federal government officials to have the change in coverage rescinded and/or protective laws be passed requiring coverage, and be it further resolved that this resolution be recorded in the branch meeting minutes and forwarded to the state and national officers and conventions for concurrence, appropriate, and be it further resolved that the OSALC commits to opposing any future health benefit changes that violate IDPAA, ADA, EEO laws, or union principles. then the recommendation of the Executive Council would be one of approval.
Okay, maker of the resolution, microphone number 4, under privilege.
Hi, my name is John Cabral, Portland, Oregon, Branch 82. Changes to the PSHEB plans were designed to affect a specific population of people, even if it also affects everyone else. If we do not stand in solidarity with our union siblings, it is an invitation to those in power to target other vulnerable groups. The elimination of gender-affirming care from the PSHB is a Trojan horse. Most of you here today may think that you won't be affected by such a change, but enough time you could be. Gender-affirming care is provided to a great number of people across a wide-ranging spectrum of conditions and circumstances that is inclusive of many of us in this room today. My wife, at the age of 19, went into menopause, and without necessary hormone treatment, she would be living the rest of her life facing degenerative bone issues and pain and, reduced comfort. Gender-affirming health care was a benefit of the job when us and our siblings joined the service and has been unilaterally taken away by the stroke of a pen. Our trans brothers, sisters, and siblings do not deserve to be treated as lesser than. They do not deserve to be treated as others. But that is exactly what this current administration is trying to do, and we should not let them. We are a union, and I urge the body to do what we do best, to support those in need, to lift those up who are being pushed down by those who are in power, and to carry the weight of the failures of our government in the meantime and step in to help where we can. We are fortunate to be a well-off union, and this is something we can afford to do. We have the opportunity to make a difference in the lives of our fellow members and their families. You may not understand, and you may not even agree, but what should be understood is that every single person in this room, in this union, on this planet, is subject to the human condition. And that alone, I hope, is enough to help everyone here vote to do the right thing. Gender-affirming care saves lives. And with that, I would like to make a motion to amend the third resolve after that states, I would like to amend from make every effort to will endeavor.
Because of his speech, he's ran in past his 3 minutes.
Okay, the brothers' amendment. Before I move forward, John, I assume you're unwilling to accept what the Executive Council offered that would change our recommendation?
If at this time the recommendation is only to remove the third resolved in its entirety, then no.
Okay. Is there a second to the amendment? Microphone number 7 under privilege.
Morris, Branch 226, Fort Worth, Texas, and I second brother's motion.
Thank you. The amendment that has been moved and seconded would be in the third resolve. If you're looking at your books, the third line from the bottom, to change the words, make every effort to will endeavor. Any discussion? Any objection to proceeding to the question on the adoption of the amendment? Hearing none, we will proceed to the question. The question is on the motion to amend General Resolution 13 to change the words "make every effort" in the third resolve to "will endeavor." All those in favor of the amendment say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution has been amended. Any further discussion? Microphone number 9 under privilege.
Brian Riggins, Branch 352, Des Moines, Iowa. I call for the question.
The question's been called for. Is there a second? Microphone number 4 under privilege.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I second.
Thank you, brother. All those in favor of proceeding to the question on the Executive Council's recommendation on General Resolution 13, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will now move to the question on the recommendation. The Executive Council's recommendation is disapproval on General Resolution 13 as amended. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. General Resolution 14, microphone number 4, under privilege.
Case English, Branch 82, Portland, Oregon. I call for division.
Come on up, brother. While the brother is making his way up, just as an FYI, I mentioned earlier the buses have been extended till 3 o'clock. We did that in morning as sort of a just in case. We've inquired about extending them later, and we are not able to extend them later than 3 o'clock. So if you are dependent on the buses, the last buses, I guess that's the way it works, will go at 3 o'clock.
Nice to meet you. Me too. So I tell everybody that comes in there, it can be difficult. So when you take a sort of mental picture of the first one, people in the front, you can obviously see the people in the back, like depth perception, it's going to be tougher than empty chairs. So when they stand the first time, trying to take a good mental picture.
Okay, the question is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on General Resolution 13 as amended. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, please stand.
Look at every corner.
Please be seated. All those opposed to the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on General Resolution 13 as amended, please stand.
Yeah, the ayes have it. You good? Yeah. All right. Have it. Thanks. Yep.
The brother agrees. The ayes have it. General Resolution 14 has been withdrawn. We move to General Resolution 16 to present the Executive Council's report. Director of Retired Members, Dan Toth.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Unpublished grievance backlogs, found on page 91. Resolved, the Montana State Association of the NALC calls on the National NALC to institute a policy to publish via the members-only portal on the NALC.org website. 1.
You ain't got to read that. Start here.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. Branches have the ability and should track all grievances at the local level, including grievances that remain unresolved and appeal to Step B. Information pertaining to pending grievances in a particular region or state at Step B and scheduled for arbitration is available from the corresponding national business agent. There is no practical need for one branch to have unfettered access to information pertaining to grievances filed by another branch. But if there is an exceptional circumstance, this information can be provided by the national business agent. Additionally, the number of pending cases at Step B and scheduled for arbitration is routinely shared by the national officer with oversight of these steps. This information is disseminated through officer columns, convention reports, regional rap sessions, state conventions, branch meetings, and events. For these reasons, the recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval.
Thank you, Brother Toth. This resolution, as you can see in the book, was submitted by both the Montana State Association as well as Branch 2076, so we will give each of the makers of the resolution the opportunity to speak if they so wish under privilege. A little bit further. There we go. Push the button, please, sir. Microphone number 4 under privilege.
John Sins, Montana State Association. The DRT backlog is a wet blanket on the rights of the city carrier. I'm a relatively new contract enforcer, and I very quickly identified the delay built into the backlog process is disenfranchising carriers everywhere. It needs to be addressed at the national level. You were asked at the last convention to file a national level dispute with regard to the United States Postal Service's refusal to address the backlog. I am recommitting and re-asking that you do that, and in consultation with the J. Carlton Sorrell branch, we withdraw the proposal.
Thank you, brother. Not seeing any of the representatives from Branch 2076, General Resolution 16 has been withdrawn. Certainly we appreciate and understand the brother's comments. We have 3 pending national level grievances related to Article 8, the DRP in particular, Step B, and there are more that we have been exploring for some over the last several months that are certainly a possibility that we could initiate on several different issues. But it's an issue by issue thing. It's not one big giant grievance. The Postal Service is terrible at Step B. While that may be true, we have to document the issues that are going on, and that's ongoing. Okay, next, General Resolution 18 withdrawn. General Resolution 19 has been withdrawn. We will, I was wondering, where'd you go? Next is General Resolution 20. Brother Toth.
Gotcha. The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. The NALC currently offers 2 scholarships, the William C. Doherty Scholarship and the John T. Donnellan Scholarship. The Doherty Scholarship was created in 1962 and each year provides 5 scholarships to be used towards pursuing an undergraduate degree at an accredited college. The Donnellan Scholarship was established in 2003 and awards 1 scholarship also to be used toward pursuing an undergraduate degree at an accredited college. Each scholarship is renewable for 3 years thereafter. The Doherty Scholarship is governed by the terms of an irrevocable trust. The Donnellan Scholarship is governed by a specific testamentary bequest. Neither the intent of the trust nor the bequest may be modified. and both scholarships have pre-existing eligibility requirements that do not include trade or vocational schools. However, the Executive Council is willing to explore such a scholarship, potentially in partnership with a fellow union in the building trades. It is for these reasons that the recommendation is one of disapproval.
Dan, the maker of the resolution, microphone number 8, underprivileged.
Thank you, Brian. Ed Hyde, Branch 84, Pittsburgh. I am not the maker of the resolution.
Ed, get a little closer to the mic if you don't mind, brother.
Yes. I am not the maker of the resolution. I am speaking for Mike Connolly, who made the resolution. As a union, we support other unions. They support us. The thought process behind this was to offer scholarships to people who are without the means to go to a four-year college and want to enter a trade type of job where unions do exist out in the public. The thing that Dan just explained there, the Executive Council is willing to explore the idea. I can withdraw the motion based on that if that is the solution to it, that it be explored.
Thank you, brother. General Resolution 20, it's withdrawn, and we will absolutely explore that. I have had multiple conversations, as most of you know, in Branch 84 with the brother that feels very passionately about this, and I think it absolutely, the concept of following a trend of more and more people going to trade schools, which in most cases results in union jobs, is something we're more than willing to explore how to do it. Okay, next would be General Resolution 22. Brother Toth.
Okay. General Resolution 22, resolution and amendment transparency found on pages 95 and 96. The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. Article 12 of the NALC Constitution establishes the process for submitting and handling resolutions. After resolutions are approved at the branch or state level, they are submitted appropriately to NALC headquarters. From there, the resolution is reviewed by the appropriate person and the Executive Council for consideration and action. Thereafter, those appropriate authorities shall report to the National Convention on all such resolutions and the action taken thereon. The Constitution does not provide for the publication of resolutions prior to the review and recommendations of the Executive Council. The Constitution does, however, specifically state that resolutions are to be reported on at the National Convention, where the duly elected delegates are then to consider, debate, and vote on resolutions. In accordance with the NALC Constitution, proposed amendments are printed in the postal record prior to the convention, and all delegates receive the resolutions and amendment booklet upon registration for their review. For these reasons, the Executive Council provides a recommendation of disapproval.
The maker of the resolution. Seeing none. Seeing no one at the mics, is there any objection to proceeding to the question? Microphone number 4. Excuse me. Microphone number 4. Do you rise to speak against the recommendation of the Executive Council?
I do.
Go ahead, brother. You may be recognized.
Chris Pennock, Branch 9. I'll keep this brief. As we've seen, there are a lot of different ideas that are in the air. How many resolutions did we see about the makeup of the bargaining committee? Different ideas about that. I think that this would help if we could see what resolutions are being put forward so that we could have a convention where people know ahead of time what's going on. That would give different branches an opportunity to get together, possibly withdraw things, have time ahead of the convention to try to keep it as organized as possible. If they see that there's other resolutions that they like more, that they could withdraw them. And as we've seen, we have so many different resolutions. I just think that this can't help but help.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 9, underprivileged.
Michelle Paulson, Branch 352, Des Moines, Iowa. I call for the question.
Thank you, sister. The question has been called for. Microphone number 8, underprivileged. Or I thought you were underprivileged.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
Okay. All good. Go ahead.
Al Johnson, Branch 53. I second that.
Brother, question has been called for. All those in favor of proceeding to the question on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on General Resolution 22 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will now proceed to the question. The question is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on General Resolution 22. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next is General Resolution 23. Brother Toth.
General Resolution 23, National Convention Attendance, found on page 96. The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. This resolution would establish a fund from dues-paying members that would be used to support branches, in particular branches with 49 members or less. Under the minimum dues structure, all branches receive the same minimum amount of dues per member. Branches big and small must make choices how they utilize their funds, especially when it comes to saving and investing in training for their current and future leaders. That decision is part of each branch's autonomy and is subject to the will of their members. Additionally, the NALC recently implemented an online learning system called NALC University. This fantastic resource provides education and training to all members at no cost and will help branches of all sizes. The NALC will continue to expand and improve NALC University, as well as explore more ways to assist all branches. You got it.
Okay, the maker of the resolution, microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Thank you. Alvin DeVore, Branch 701 and Montana State Association. We are against the Executive Council's decision to disapprove this. Coming from Montana, we have lots of small branches, some of them 7 members or less. Those branches would take years, sometimes decades, to be able to come to even a RAP session, let alone the national convention. The university is great, but being able to network at these conventions is what it's about. Montana is a very small state as far as size. Same with Idaho, Alaska. Some of these don't have a chance to get to here. And there are some great stewards in these small branches. That is all.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 5, under information.
Emma Bongartz, Branch 9. How many branches under 50 do we have?
I'm not sure off the top of my head, but we will get you a rough estimate quickly. This is not exact. As a lot of people in the room know, we have had an ongoing effort that our national business agents have worked really hard on to identify those smaller branches that don't function, and there's a number of those out there. There's certainly smaller branches. I'm from a small branch that do function very, very well, and the number has gone down significantly. We think of the NELC currently has 1,400 or some odd branches. I think about half of those are of 49 members or less.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone that wishes to speak for the Executive Council's recommendation? Seeing none, I will recognize one mic that wishes to speak against. Microphone number 6.
Thank you. Michael Rivera, Branch 70, San Diego. I think coming from California, this sounds like a tremendous effort of goodwill from our union to give these smaller branches the opportunity that us, the larger branches, can afford. I think that we need to lift those branches up and have them be part of a bigger opportunity like the rap sessions. NLCU is good, but it's not enough as the personal experience of going to these rap sessions. So I totally agree with this resolution and against the disapproval.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 2, underprivileged.
Mike Brim, Branch 78, Columbus, Ohio. I call for the question.
Thank you, brother. Is there a second to the call for the question? Microphone number 7, underprivileged.
Ross Murray, Branch 524, Roanoke, Virginia. I second.
Thank you, brother. All those in favor of proceeding to the question on General Resolution number 23 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will now proceed to the question. The question is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on General Resolution 23. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Less than 50, Nicole? That's what he's wanting to know. Less than 50. I'd say 700.
Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Alvin DeVore, Montana State Association, call for division.
Okay, brother, come on up. While the brother comes up, the question of how many branches do we have with 49 or fewer members, I was off by a little bit. It's 803, which is over half the branches. Which is a little over half our total branches. All right. This was difficult when there was a butt in every seat because the depth perceptions can be difficult. So when we do the yeses, just take a good mental picture and then we'll do the no's. Okay, the question is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on General Resolution 23. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, please stand.
See, it looks like everybody in the whole room is standing up, but they're not.
Please be seated. All those opposed to the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, please stand.
No, it's only going to be a majority.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's not even a majority. Yeah, you have a majority.
Excellent.
Please be seated. The brother agrees. The ayes have it. Next, we get to General Resolution 25. The body previously adopted a motion to consider General Resolutions 25 through 28 in block. They are not identical, but the topic is very much the same. Before we begin that consideration, microphone number 6 under privilege.
Is it not working? Oh, there it is. Sorry. Chairman Renfrew, delegates, my name is Jim Camuso from Branch 908, William J. Revac, South Jersey Letter Carriers. I rise in opposition to the Executive Council's recommendation of one of disapproval.
Hang on, brother. We hadn't even read the report yet.
Okay.
Brother, we'll be happy to, we'll be happy to allow the makers of each of the resolutions we are considering in block to speak if they so wish. So hang tight. Let us give the council report, and then we'll give you that opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. As I said, General Resolutions 25 through 28 be considered in block. They are not identical. However, they are all very similar. Therefore, the Executive Council's report, we will not report on each of the 4 resolutions. The report will cover each of the 4. To give the report, Director of Health Benefits, Stephanie Stewart.
The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. This resolution seeks to establish an NALC rule, specifically to prevent any presidential endorsement except if approved by a majority of the membership. As defined in the NALC Constitution, the delegates at the National Convention are the supreme body. Only a constitutional amendment could alter or amend the rights of future delegates to submit resolutions calling for presidential endorsements. Because this resolution is not enforceable on future delegates, the Executive Council recommendation is one of disapproval.
Okay, since we are considering them in block, I will give each of the makers of the resolutions the opportunity to speak. If Brother Camuso can push the button, I'd be happy to recognize you, brother, as the maker of the resolution, I believe, of General Resolution number 28. Microphone number 6 is recognized under privilege.
Chairman Renfrew, delegates, my name is Jim Camuso, William J. Revac, Branch 908, South Jersey Letter Carriers. Resolution 28 is ours. I rise in opposition to the Executive Council's recommendation for one of disapproval. The NALC has historically endorsed candidates for President of the United States on behalf of the entire membership. Given the political and social diversity of the membership described above, Branch 908 believes that the decision of which presidential candidates to support is a personal one and is best left to each individual rather than made on behalf of the membership as a whole by the National Union. The NALC has members with a diverse range of political beliefs. With this being obvious, it's the union's responsibility to represent all members regardless of their personal preferences. By endorsing one party, it automatically eliminates those who may not agree with the position and can divisiveness, which must be avoided. The National should focus on issues that affect all letter carriers, not focusing on one party. By doing this, it will create more unified membership and stop a possible division among everyone. By staying neutral, it will lend more credibility to the membership. The National should focus on trying to work with whatever party wins the election. This will strengthen our position with both sides of the aisle and make it easier to build relationships with both parties, since we need bipartisanship to support our agendas that are passed. By staying neutral, it will stop those members who are anti-one party to stay the course, since there will be no reason to object the stance of the National. By staying neutral, the National can then hold those elected officials accountable for not supporting our positions and the postal labor issues. Furthermore, the TWU, Transportation Workers Union, has 160,000 members, and they have a fund called COPE, Committee on Political Education. And they don't use any of that to support any candidate. They encourage people making their own decisions. I rise and want the delegation to overturn the Executive Council's decision of disapproval. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Are there any makers of the other resolutions that wish to speak? Okay, seeing none, recognize microphone number 7 under privilege.
Yes, sir. Charles Kirchin, Branch 1123, Lawton, Oklahoma. I encourage everybody to set aside their political affiliations and just think about this as from a bargaining position, not only a contractual bargaining position, but in the eye of the public. If we're endorsing one candidate and then in our current political climate, we're having to go door to door and get the public to come to our side, if we've endorsed somebody that they don't agree to and they know that, they're going to be closing the door in our face. We're not going to be able to convince them to support their mailman. They just know the National Association of Letter Carriers and endorse somebody that they're not voting for. So, also, we would end up, the best thing to be able to convince an advocate to work for you is, if they're not already on your side, is to have them neutral. If we're going to somebody and ask them to help advocate on our behalf, and we voted for the other guy, human nature, they're not going to be inclined to help us. And that's all I had to say.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 4 under privilege.
C. Moline, NALC 79, Seattle. Is it in order at this time to call for the question?
It most certainly is.
I motion to call for the question.
Is there a second to call for the question? Is there a second? We need to rise under privilege. Microphone number 4 under privilege.
You got it.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I second.
Thank you, Mr. Second. Question. All those in favor of proceeding to the question on general resolutions 25 through 28 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will now move to the question. General resolutions 25 through 28 are being considered in block pursuant to a motion passed by this body. Between the 4 of them, they do not conflict with one another, but they do, in some cases, do different things. What we will be voting on is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval. Should the body choose to reject that recommendation, we would then vote. They would be the recommendation of disapproval would be objected in block. We would likely then vote on each of them individually to approve them. Oh. I forgot about that. If the decision of the council is overturned, I forgot that a motion had passed that they would be automatically adopted, so all four would be adopted. The point I was getting to, I wanted to make with you, is that if they're adopted, all four are adopted. It's not one or the other or a combination. All four resolutions are adopted. So we're voting on the recommendation on all four resolutions. Microphone number 6, with the question has been called for and approved by the body. We must proceed to the question, brother.
The question is this
Brother,
proper
you're
that
not-
the
brother,
makers
you-
of the motion have not got to speak?
Debate has been closed. Once a call for the question is made and seconded, we must proceed to that vote as it's non-debatable. The vote on whether or not to proceed to the question was in the affirmative. Therefore, we must move directly to the question. Okay, we are voting on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on General Resolutions 25, 26, 27, and 28. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Next is General Resolution 30. Microphone number 6 under privilege.
Jim Camuso, 9-8, call for a division.
Okay, brother, come on up.
Fat and old, getting fatter and older.
Ready to go home? I am.
Jesus. Contrary to popular belief, you'll be missed.
Thank you, brother.
Okay, the question is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on General Resolutions 25, 26, 27, and 28. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, please stand.
Take you a good mental picture.
I'm not like the rest of you. I'm an old Italian guy, so.
Be seated. All those opposed to the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, please stand.
You're good.
Good.
Thank you, sir.
All right, man. Good to see you. Take care. You know, Gary and the guys, that's all right?
Okay, next is General Resolution 30. Sister Stewart.
The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. This resolution seeks to compensate National Assigned Assistants, NAAs, for retroactive raises as a result of the 2023 through 2026 National Agreement for time spent on union leave without pay. NAA pay is set by the NALC and is independent of the USPS NALC pay tables and any applicable retroactive raises. When top step letter carrier pay increases, the NALC prospectively increases NAA pay. If approved, this resolution would also create a disparity in pay for many retirees as well as active employees that perform union work while on annual leave, as this resolution only impacts active postal employees in a leave without pay status. For these reasons, the recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval.
Okay, the maker of the resolution, microphone number 5, under privilege.
Thank you, President Renfro. Connor Lawrence, Branch 111, Salt Lake City. The NALC's nationally assigned assistants are letter carriers who have signed up to work for the union's regional and national offices on an ad hoc basis. NAAs are your outside stewards and arbitration advocates. They also help fill in at NBA's offices and take on other types of special assignments for the union, including at headquarters. While on assignment, NAAs take leave without pay or annual leave from the Postal Service and are paid as employees of the union when on LWOP. Currently, the NALC pays NAAs up to 8 hours per day at top step letter carrier pay, plus a small hourly differential to account for the post office's portion of the TSP contribution that NAAs do not receive from USPS because they're on LWOP. For every 80 hours of LWOP that any type that a postal employee takes, they lose the leave that they would have received if they were on the employer's dime for that pay period. The NALC also makes NAAs whole for this by paying NAAs the equivalent amount of money that those benefits are worth once a year. NAAs get reimbursed for the leave and the TSP that they would otherwise lose by being on union LWOP. So the principle and precedent here are pretty clear. Serving as an NALC representative for our fellow letter carriers should not come with a financial loss compared to carrying our routes. No provision currently exists for NAAs to be made whole with compensation equivalent to USPS back pay for hours spent working for the NALC on union LWOP. NAAs can take up to half a year of union LWOP, meaning those NAAs who hit the yearly hourly cap working for the union lost half a year's worth of back pay on normal 40-hour work weeks. This resolution, if passed, would remedy this by paying NAAs the appropriate amount of back pay for the 2023 to 2026 national agreement and future contracts until this type of back pay could be negotiated into the contract. The body has already accepted National Agreement Resolution 24, which has been accepted by the body via the vote in bloc. That seeks to have the USPS compensate NAAs with back pay for time spent on union LWOP. While I support that approach, I'd rather get my money from them. Getting the Postal Service to agree to pay us for time spent in a leave status performing union duties may prove to be difficult. This general resolution would act as a stopgap until that can be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Is there any further debate? Seeing none, is there any objection to proceeding to the question on General Resolution 30? Without objection, we will now proceed to the question. The question is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on General Resolution 30. All those in favor of the recommendation of disapproval signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. General Resolution 31 has been withdrawn. General Resolution 33, Sister Stewart.
The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. This resolution seeks to increase the pay of regional office assistants through the payment of a stipend equal to the stipend that NELC members of the Dispute Resolution Team receive. Dispute Resolution Team members receive a stipend because their base pay is paid directly by the Postal Service on a no-loss, no-gain basis. Regional office assistants hired by the NELC to serve the membership are paid at a rate established by the NELC. The Executive Council provides a recommendation of disapproval.
Microphone number 9, underprivileged, the maker of the resolution.
Brother Renfro, good afternoon. Hell of a job this week, by the way. Bill Lynch, 334 Framingham. And in the interest of full disclosure, I am an ROA for the greatest region in the country, Region 14. So I rise against the recommendation of the Executive Council. And to be completely transparent, as I said, I am an ROA. I put this proposal forth myself. And as members of this great union, we all respect the process. My own process to get to this microphone started at home, where the members of my branch put me through the ringer at our union meeting for this. But you know what? I expect nothing less, because after all, it's ultimately their money that I'm asking for. But they voted to support me, and for that, I'm incredibly grateful. I'm grateful to my branch, who supported me 25 years ago when I started this union journey. With all that being said, I stand here today to put it bluntly, I'm asking for a raise. For all those who may not know, as an ROA, I make letter carrier pay. No more, no less. It has come to my attention since I've been here, a lot of people thought I make 6 figures a year. Now, I may spend money like I make 6 figures a year, but I don't. I promise you. My position, like the DRT, does not allow me to make overtime. I can't work overtime with the NALC. I can't work overtime with the Postal Service. 2 years ago in Boston, a proposal was put forth to increase the pay of our DRT members because they too are prohibited from working overtime. While that specific proposal was disapproved by the exec board, the ultimate outcome was a needed increase to the DRT stipend. It was lower than proposed, but it was a step toward equity. If the language in the proposal in front of you today looks familiar, it's because it almost mimics the exact language that was used for the DRTs. Now, I know I am no more important than any of the DRT members, the RAAs, LPOs, or any carriers on the street. The reason our union is so damn strong isn't because of a select group of people. It's because all of the people who make this union whole. That is why I am simply asking for the same equity, no more, no less. This stipend would still not put me in the 6-figure range. I still wouldn't be rich. I'm still going to spend money like I'm rich, but I'm not. So in closing, let me say this. As branch leaders, every single person in this room understands sacrifice, especially those of you that are still here. As it stands today, to step up to serve as an ROA, you must be prepared to sacrifice your overtime, whether it's $5,000 a year or $20,000 or $30,000 or anywhere in between. If you ask any branch president in this room if they could lessen the sacrifice, the financial sacrifice of their stewards and their officers for literally pennies
Time has
on the
expired,
dollar,
brother.
I am
Thank you.
confident they would say yes.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 7, underprivileged.
Brian Riggins, Branch 352, Des Moines, Iowa. I call for the question.
Thank you, brother. Is there a second to the call for the question? Microphone number 5, underprivileged.
C. Moline, Seattle, Washington, Branch 79. I second.
Call for the question has been made and seconded. All those in favor of proceeding to the question on General Resolution 33, say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. We'll now move to the question. The question is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on General Resolution 33. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Ooh. Let's do a quick division. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on General Resolution 33, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed to the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on General Resolution 33, please stand. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Do you guys agree? Microphone number 9, underprivileged.
I call for a division, please.
Come on up, brother.
To warn you, it can be very difficult. A lot of it is depth perception. Yeah. Like there's gonna be a shitload of people in the back standing up.
Right.
It looks like nobody's standing up, but they're all in the back.
Right.
The opposite can be true when everybody's in the front. So.
Yeah. Gotcha.
And I know the time and all that. Once it gets close, don't hesitate to tell everybody.
Okay.
It's up to you. Right. If it's close.
Right. I got you.
Okay, the question is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on General Resolution 33. We are not trying to go backwards. All of those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, please stand.
Not looking good. All right.
Well, it looks like a lot, and then you'll see that.
Be seated. All those opposed to the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, please stand.
Jesus, Brian. But you see what I mean about depth perception? Like there's a shitload of people in the back. It's fine. We can do it. It's all good. If we're going to leave all 30 of those others, we got to get those 3 anyway.
Okay. Let's do it.
All right. It's good.
All right. We will have a teller vote. We will secure the doors in 5 minutes. Tellers, please approach the desk. council's recommendation of disapproval, please stand. Please remain standing until the teller gives you the indication to be seated, at which time please be seated. Sergeant at Arms, please open the doors. We will have the results of the vote from the tellers momentarily.
As the president in January, we have some patience. There are people on the other team that's not just going to give you whatever you want. Okay, so we vote on whatever the president feels is the best contract for us. No matter the outcome, we stand together, union strong, and we accept it. All right? All right. So now, I'm pretty sure some things that I'm not aware of that probably happened in the past. In fact, I'm sure of it. But however, the one thing in my opinion, and my branch of opinion, is that Brian has always fought like hell for letter carriers. And for that, brother, we thank you, and I wish you the best of luck in whatever you do moving forward. Thank you. Brothers and sisters, get home safely. Safe travels to everybody. Oh,
Thank you, Kevin.
And,
Thank you, brother.
one more thing.
Go
We
ahead,
can
brother.
get a hip hip hooray for Brian, so I'm going to lead that. Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray! Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, brother. Thank you all. Microphone number 1, underprivileged.
Hi, James Baliel, Branch 116, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Given the short time that we have remaining, I would like to make a motion to amend the already amended rules to read ending at 5 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Is there a second to the motion? Microphone number 3, underprivileged.
Is that me? Ah, it's bright. Oh. Hello, Gigi Estrada from Branch 1100. We just want to announce that we raised 16.
Sister, the only appropriate.
Yes.
Oh, you can only second the motion.
Sorry.
Do you wish to do that?
Oh.
Okay.
No. Second.
Let me get another one just in case. I don't want you to get in trouble with all those people sitting around you. Microphone number 2, underprivileged.
Thank you, Brother Renfro. Steve Olander, Branch 3, Buffalo, Western New York. I second the motion.
Thank you, brother. The motion is to amend the rules, which now would state that the convention ends at 3 p.m. The motion is to amend the rules to extend that until 5 p.m. Hang on. We got a process. We've been doing it all hours of the day for days. That is the motion that's in front of the body. Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Hi, Simoline and ALC Branch 79. In light of the fact that I know nobody wants to be here and yet we still need to get the work done, I'd like to put forward an amendment that we split the baby in half and do 4. Do people like that? No. Okay, well, too bad. I rescind that. Sorry.
Thank you. Let me just offer as as information for the delegates. Chris, we got 28 or 29? 29? We have one more general resolution that will be reported on and the body will deal with. We then have 29 resolutions that are not included in your book. As a reminder, those resolutions, the text will be put up on the screens. We will read the text of the resolution. The council will report on them. A couple of questions have been raised regarding a motion that was previously passed, and then a couple of days ago, and then a subsequent motion passed regarding those that have been approved in block. As I mentioned earlier, it's a very unusual situation. What I will do is to try to satisfy whatever concerns anyone has. Earlier I said we would take a vote on the approved motions. Robert's rules specifically provide that such a vote could be requested by one delegate. So as we will read them all, though the approved ones have already been approved by the body in block, we will if a single delegate requests, take hopefully just a voice vote on the resolutions where we recommend approval. I just wanted to give you some context in terms of what is left in business for us to consider. Microphone number 6 under information.
Ana Martinez, Branch 505, El Paso, Texas. I had a question. What happens, because we voted to hear all the non-written amendments proposed. What happens if we don't get finished and we don't approve for the time?
The convention ends at the time specified in the rules.
Even though we voted to hear all of them today instead of in 2028?
Sister, we did not vote in the affirmative to hear them all today. That is the charge of the convention. The motion that was made was to suspend the rules to move those forward, which the delegates did not adopt, but the effect would have been that those not in the book would have been heard in 2028. If the time expires, we get to the end time per the rules, whatever has not been considered by the body, we will adjourn per the rules. Whatever has not been considered by the body essentially dies and would have to be resubmitted at the next convention if the branches and state associations so choose, just as a brand new resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 7 under privilege.
Joey Freed, Branch 24. I call the question.
Thank you, brother. The question's been called for. Is there a second to the call for the question? Microphone number 4 under privilege.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I second.
Thank you, brother. Once again, the motion is to amend rule number 1, which was previously amended to extend the general session until 3 p.m. The motion on the floor is to amend that rule to extend it until 5 p.m. This, per the rules, requires a 2/3 majority to vote in the affirmative in order for the rule to be amended. Everybody got it? You ready for the question? All right, all those in favor of the motion to amend rule number 1 to extend the session until 5 p.m. signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Let's go one more time. Hey, hang on. Everybody quieten down, please. Let's do that again. I just want to be sure. All those in favor of the motion to amend rule number 1 to extend the session to 5 p.m., please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. There's not a 2/3 majority voting in the affirmative, therefore, the motion fails. Microphone number 3 under privilege.
Okay, hopefully this is the right time now. Gigi Estrada from Branch 1100. We want to thank the delegates for their contributions. MDA raised $16,000, so I just wanted to put that in the minutes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Microphone number 4 under privilege.
Hi, one last time. Seamoline, NALC, Branch 79. I know there's an order in which the resolutions that were unprinted get read, but I'd like to make a motion to move unprinted resolution 80 up to the front of that line, because that resolution is about the 410's proposal. And I think that that's something that this body would like to vote on. So I'd like the option to please move that up to the front.
Okay. Is there a second? Microphone number 2 under privilege.
Steve Olander, Branch 3, Buffalo, Western New York. I'd like to second the motion.
Okay. Motion's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Microphone number 7 under privilege.
William Bean Jr., Branch 11, Chicago. I would just like to say before the convention is considered all over that there is recognition for those that struck in 1970.
Thank you, Brother Bean. We will do that in the end. Microphone number 4 under privilege.
Seamoline, I call the question.
Is there a second to the call for the question? Microphone number 2 under privilege.
Steve Olander, Branch 3, Buffalo, Western New York. I second the motion.
All those in favor of proceeding to the question, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is to move the resolution, what was the number? National Agreement Resolution 80, which is one that is not printed in your book, to be the first of the resolutions considered of those that are not printed in the book. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The motion fails. We will now move to General Resolution 30, microphone number 4 under privilege.
Winter, Branch 68, Ogden, Utah. I move that all amendments we don't get to, all the resolutions are automatically forwarded to the 2028 convention.
Brother, such a motion is improper. That matter. Just a minute. Okay, this one is a little bit complicated. As a motion, the motion is improper because the body has previously considered a suspension of the rules to do exactly what you are moving to do. However, if someone, including you potentially, brother, that voted no on that particular motion would like to request a reconsideration of the vote, we can vote again. Do you follow where I'm going?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Microphone number 4 under privilege.
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second to the reconsideration? Microphone number 5 under privilege.
Greg Donaldson, Branch 88, I so second.
Reconsideration has been requested and seconded. Let me, before I recognize microphone number 8, I realize this is not a common issue that we've dealt with. Basically, earlier, there was a motion made to suspend the rules so that all of in this case, we would be suspending a rule in Robert's Rules of Order so that all resolutions not printed in the book would be moved to be considered by the body at the 2028 convention. Those voting on the prevailing side, which in this case was no, was the outcome, may request a reconsideration if seconded and passed by a majority of the delegates, and the reconsideration is effectively a vote on that same motion from prior. So, to make it as simple as I can, the reconsideration has been requested. The second, we would now vote on that reconsideration. If a majority wishes to have it reconsidered, we would then go back to the motion. I will, of course, restate the motion. There will be no debate, but we would vote on it once again. That's what the brother has requested, and that's what has been seconded. Is it debatable? Okay, microphone number 8 under information.
Richard Morales, Branch 1091, Orlando. If we are to get out of here by 3 o'clock and the buses leave at 3 o'clock, it's 2:35. They're not gonna make it. Are you gonna extend the bus line?
Brother, as I mentioned earlier, we do not have the ability. We extended them this morning. We do not, unfortunately, have the ability to extend them
Then we
later.
need to get out of here.
I would agree, brother, and anyone in the hall who must leave to, whether it's the bus or another transportation need, obviously is free to do so. Microphone number 7, under privilege.
Bobby DeMonton, Branch 34, Boston. Upon further reflection, with also speaking with a former shepherd of locality pay, Walter Barton of Merge 6000, and moving forward on locality pay, I respectfully withdraw the new resolution that was that we had to put in place yesterday. So please remove that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. Microphone number 2, you rise against the motion or the request for reconsideration.
Steve Ollender, Buffalo, Western New York, Branch 3. Any resolutions that would like to be seen at next convention can just be resubmitted to that convention. And hearing this motion to hear the motion again and decide whether we're going to vote on the motion again and then actually vote on the motion again is killing time we don't have to get to the business. So please don't pass this motion.
Is there any further debate on the request for reconsideration? Okay, although, any objection to proceeding to the question on the request for reconsideration? Okay. All those in favor of the reconsideration of the previous motion, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. We will now go to, God willing, General Resolution 36. Sister Stewart. General Resolution 34 was withdrawn.
Okay, General Resolution 36. The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. In interest arbitration, either party is able to bring forth any evidence and argument that they choose. This is a long-standing principle, not just between the NALC and the Postal Service since the 1970 Postal Reorganizational Act, but across all labor relations. This resolution would require the NELC to obtain an agreement with the Postal Service regarding arbitration prior to bargaining. If this resolution was passed and an agreement could not be reached, the NELC would not be able to bargain in good faith, in violation of the law and our duty to the membership. This resolution does not benefit the membership, and therefore recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval.
Okay. Microphone number 9 underprivileged, the maker of the resolution.
Kyla Marty, Branch 44. You guys are going to love this. We're withdrawing.
Thank you, sister. Okay, that concludes the general resolutions. I'll get right back to you on mic number 2. We got something we have to do per the rules. Yesterday, we did a collection as requested by a number of delegates, and pursuant to Rule 26, the trustees will give a report on that Rule 26 collection. The chair of the Board of Trustees, Brother Larry Brown.
I got Sandy and Charlie up here with me because they have to take over. I don't have no voice. I'll try to following approval of several motions from the delegates. Donations were collected from the convention floor. A total of $42,405.83 was collected. $34,057 in cash. $8,348.83 via Venmo. A motion was made for National to match the amount, making the final total of $84,811.66. Under Rule 26, adopted earlier this week, the trustees have approved allocating a total of $7,710.15 to be distributed in honor of the following:
Doreen Carter, Branch 176. Mike Olson, Branch 574. Daniel Collins, Branch 758. Akila Brown, Branch 4374. Ivarse, Branch 92. I wasn't going to try the last name, sorry. Keenan Haynes, Branch 25. Richard Sieg, Branch 1902. Dustin Clark, Branch 822. Tammy Berry, Branch 533. Karan Walls, Branch 11. And the Disaster Relief Foundation. Thank you.
Delegates, thank you all for your generosity. This will go to those that are in need. Microphone number 2 under privilege.
Thank you, Brian. Steve Olander, Branch 3, Buffalo, Western New York.
And Michael Hines, Branch 3, Western New York. Thank you.
Before I get to our motion, I would just like to take a moment to express, as a first-time delegate, how awesome the experience of this week has been. I am extremely proud of the good work done by many of the delegates, and I am particularly proud of some of my fellow newbies who have carried out their duties with courage and integrity, some at great personal cost, and who have helped make history more than once this week. We truly are a family, and we truly are stronger together. As for you, President Renfro, and members of the Executive Council, I've made it no secret that we often don't see eye to eye. But for the most part, I have been very proud of the way that you have done the grueling work of conducting this convention, and for that I thank you. Lastly, I would be failing our membership back home if I didn't state at least once for the record, be good, do good, God bless, and go Bills!
Thank you, brother.
And with that, we'd like to make a motion.
If it's all right with everyone, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the 2026 National Convention.
Motion to adjourn has been made. Is there a second? Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I second.
Microphone number 9, underprivileged. Why do you rise?
Tony Vaughn, Branch 176. Please don't put me out of order. I'll be 5 seconds. On behalf of Oreo Branch 176, the officers and members, we thank you for the donation to Sister Doreen Carter. Thank you, brothers and sisters.
Thank you, Brother Vaughn. Microphone number 5, underprivileged.
Greg Donaldson, Branch 88. I move to amend the motion that all of the resolutions that we approved without seeing them be posted on the members-only portal.
Brother. Brother, technically the motion's out of order with a motion to adjourn pending. Give me just a second. Correct. Just a couple more minutes. Brother Donaldson, though your motion is technically out of order, I will say this. Those that the body approved in block will be posted in the members-only portal for delegates to see the entire text.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Microphone. Is there anyone that wishes to speak against the motion to adjourn? In that case, microphone number 8 to speak for the motion to adjourn. I'm not sure we'll need much persuasion, but go ahead.
I thought I had privilege.
No, sir. There is only a motion on the floor to adjourn. Oh, it's not debatable. Sorry.
I thought I was calling for the question.
Sorry. No, brother, that's not necessary. We'll do it this way. Is there any objection to proceeding to the question on the motion to adjourn? All those in favor of the motion to adjourn signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The motion passes. Thank you all, brothers and sisters. Travel home safe.